it's for luck. It's here. I'll show you. Oh well, now okay. Well, everyone can see the poncho.
Yes, please show us the poncho.
How far back can I go before my headphones? Yeah.
And so you killed how many people for it?
Yikes! This is my poncho that my friend made me.
Nice.
Good
Hello.
poncho.
It is. It's a very good poncho.
Yes, you should see. They also made me a scarf that's like at least 10 feet long. So whenever I wear it, I have to wrap it around myself like 15 times. Otherwise, it drags on the floor because I'm very short.
What? I thought you were like 6'5".
Yeah, that's short in my family.
Oh, okay.
My mom is like 7'3".
Gotcha.
She likes to
okay.
make fun of me.
Gotcha.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to TurnTables RPG. We are an experimental tabletop role-playing game stream where we take turns passing the mantle of GM by mystery while continuing to tell a story, a continuous narrative together. This allows for all of us to get a chance to GM and also all of us a chance to flex our player muscles. And it's been a very fun experiment thus far. Tonight is the second part of our season 1 finale, and it's still very weird to say that out loud, but I'm very excited and very proud of us. So yeah, a couple of announcements before we jump into stuff. Just from, again, if you haven't followed us on social media, please do so if you'd like to. We are on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch at TurnTables RPG. You'll get kind of like some updates on streams that we may have coming up. We're taking a small sabbatical between June and July, but we'll be kicking back up pretty soon with summer programming a little bit after that. And then any news of season 2 will be put on there. Any artwork will be put on there. And we have something pretty big planned for the end of the season, which you'll definitely be able to see on our social media. So make sure to follow us. If you have yet to follow Patrick Costa at PCInc _, he is the amazing artist that did the artwork for our busts here on the overlay and also on the pre-stream. And so they're an amazing artist, and their work is just getting better. So definitely follow them, check their stuff out, like a few posts, and commission them if you can. I think they were taking a small break, but they are back now, and still amazing. Trying to think. Oh, we also are celebrating the month of Pride. So happy Pride Month, and our Mars also has a couple announcements.
I do have a couple of announcements. First, happy Pride Month. Secondly, last week I plugged during this segment Transplanar RPG, who I still recommend you go check out. They're a POC-led all-trans tabletop role-playing stream that's like a 5e homebrew, and they're very good, and all their stuff is on YouTube. Peak content. This week, I've got another queer creator to promote. It is, if you are looking for soap, or especially if you have sensitive skin, Shire Suds on Twitter and Etsy and all that is owned by Dallas Hawthorne, who is a transmasculine person. He's very cool. I myself have ordered some soap that I'm very excited to receive. It shipped yesterday, and I'm so excited. But they have lots of cool soaps that kind of fit in with like some fantasy themes, and also they have Pride soap for this month. So check them out. I will drop a link to their Etsy in the chat right now. Oh boy.
Nice.
You came with a train.
Yep.
Right on.
You guys remember when we had a train?
Yeah.
Ouch.
I don't.
Well,
Well,
if you need to recall, you can rewatch all our episodes on YouTube.com.
The train did not want you to.
The train did not want.
Never mind. Don't watch us on YouTube /TurnTables RPG.
Yep. Thank you, Train. Yes, actually, I think this will be our 32nd episode on Thursday. and so next week
Wow.
will be 33. That's wild.
Oh, that's fun. We did it.
Yeah.
33.
But
Our mid-season was ended up being more of a 1/4.
yep, pretty much. But yes, thank you, Mars, for plugging Shire Suds, and I believe Dustin, you also have something to plug as well.
I do. Sorry, I just got the pun in one of these emotes that I have. LGBT. Anyways, yes. Starting Friday, June 11th. So this coming Friday is Side Quest, which is a Zeldathon charity stream. We will be going from the 11th through the 17th nonstop at zeldathon.net or twitch.tv/zeldathon. And again, that is a 7 or like a what is it, 6-7 days, 24 hours a day. So anytime that you just want to tune in and watch a game, you can. We are raising money for Direct Relief, which is a charity fund that helps people to during very disastrous times with disaster relief. They help with the wildfires, they've helped with storms, they help with anything like that, making sure people can get their necessities, including things like medicine and stuff like that. So you know, it's right up there. It's right up there with one of my favorite charities. So I'd love for you guys to come out. Funny enough, I am going to be exhausted, but on the 16th, which is the day after the finale, so we will end the finale around who knows what time o'clock, and then at 8 a.m. I'm on at Zeldathon. So it's gonna be great. So hopefully we're done by then with the finale. You know, hopefully we're done by 8 a.m. the next day. So
I will make a note of that.
yeah.
In my calendar now.
Dude,
Yeah.
24 hours. would
That's
be
5 a.m.
insane.
Pacific time, isn't it?
Yes, that's gonna be very, very early or late for you, depending.
I think we
Right.
should do that one time. I think we should do
Um,
24 hours.
Of RPG, like of a TTR,
Yes.
like a session.
Yeah.
I could not. I could
No,
not
it's
do a
very-
session for that
It's
long.
not like when
It would just for me turn into like, what do you do? I lay down.
I die. Like I could stream for 24 hours. I could do that like once,
but
but-
imagine.
but I
guys.
could not do a
It's like-
tabletop thing for 24 hours.
It's
There's
like
no
when
way.
it's like that commercial or like in TV when they're like the dad catches you smoking and he's like, "I'm gonna make you smoke this whole pack of cigarettes until you don't want to smoke anymore." So that'll be us. We'll do all tabletop and then never want to do it again.
I mean, you're probably right.
Our supernova into heat death of a stream. Cool. Yes. Last thing to plug before we jump, or actually before we talk about Twitch Prime and everything else. I'm also currently part of a Dungeons and Dragons stream called Reflections of Chaos. We're playing on Wednesdays at like 5:30 p.m. Central Time. I play a bugbear ranger named Sempra Iron Whisper. And it's a lot of fun, so definitely come out. It is a charity stream. We are supporting Player versus Hunger, which directly helps families with food insecurity, which is basically like if in schools you had you had school lunches, that is what Player versus Hunger like helps fund and helps continue to push. And it helps families with low incomes get food and get food stamps and things of that nature. So definitely come check it out if you'd like to. Otherwise, no sweat. I still love you. And that is on the Twitch channel of my good friend Aurelia. It is AUR3 LLIA. There should be a link going up pretty soon in the chat, but feel free to check it out if you'd like to. With that in mind, we also have a Patreon. If you'd like to kind of get some behind the scenes content and things of that nature. But otherwise, you can mainly support us by subscribing here on Twitch. Chris, do you want to?
And what a way to do it. What a way. If only there was some easy and accessible way for us to support and subscribe to your favorite streamer for what is basically free. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I come in to these things with zero planning, and a lot of it just comes out as I do it. Similar to that, but also not similar to that is Twitch Prime. We
Steep.
exactly, truly. Just as these jokes and improv comes out of my soul, so does Twitch Prime come out of my soul. And so I'm going. So essentially, what I require of you now is to see if you've connected your Amazon Prime account. If you have Amazon Prime, if you pay for it, which you can or cannot, depending on your own beliefs. You know, if you agree with the man who's going to shoot himself into space, you can give him more money. And so, if you want, take away that money at the same time, take some of that and give it to us, because I will shoot myself into space with the money given to me from Twitch Prime. It's free. I didn't mention that. I did mention that you can act. So basically, I've had a long day. Essentially, guys, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and therefore subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer for free, giving us a little bit of that money that you were going to give to the man who's shooting himself into space, and therefore I will then shoot myself into space.
In 50 years, when we finally accrue enough money for commercial
No, at
space
about
travel.
100. At about 100, I'll do it.
100 years or for $100?
$100.
Oh, okay. At least I know you'll be safe then.
Yeah, he'll build his own rocket.
I'll buy a giant slingshot and I'll.
It's fine. We'll go. No. What we'll do is we'll take that $100, buy tickets into one of those theme parks with the slingshot things, and then I'll purposefully sabotage it so you get shot into space.
I just realized I'm wearing a space themed shirt. I don't want to really support Jeff Bezos, so I'm gonna take that off. Sorry.
Just having space themes.
Yeah,
is
okay.
supporting Jeff
I was
Bezos.
about to say, I'm like, I don't think space
I don't
represents.
Yeah,
Jeff
hold
Bezos.
on. This is like a
When I
newer
saw-
thing for him.
When I saw those articles that were like, Jeff Bezos is going into space, I was like, cool, can we just leave him there?
Yeah,
Can
like
we
he can
drop
stay.
him off.
That's fine.
Guys, don't you
and-
think it's weird that some of the richest people in the world have all decided weirdly at the same time to leave the planet?
They told us this was gonna happen. Well, isn't
Yeah.
he only going for like 13 minutes or something?
Yeah.
He's barely like from my understanding, he's not really leaving the atmosphere that much. Like
he's barely going. He's technically going into space.
like he's going to go to space from like a technicality.
Yeah.
I
I could do that.
read about this as I was waking up this morning at like 6 in the morning, and I was still half asleep. So I read some like headlines about it and then fell back asleep. And what I garnered was I thought Jeff Bezos was going to space with his boyfriend, and I was like, huh.
His boyfriend Elon Musk.
I don't know like who his boyfriend was, but like in my brain I was like, yes, Jeff Bezos is going to space with his boyfriend.
Oh my god.
That was my
Happy Pride Month.
Happy Pride Month to Jeff Bezos, who's being shot into space with his boyfriend.
Be gay, go to space. Let's
Be
do
gay
it.
to go to space.
I'm going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space.
Thank you, Tim Curry.
Thank you, Tim Curry. God, I love Tim Curry so much.
Yes, thank you. That was all
So that was
very
my
fun.
Twitch Prime ad.
Thank you, Chris. One of the
I could
wow,
keep going.
very memorable ones. No, it's all good. Thank you. So I guess with all that out of the way, we'll do a very quick recap before going into the intro, and then seeing what happens. So
I don't know what's gonna happen, so you tell me.
that's fair.
I guess one quick comment from my end, which is, if you would like to remember who Mars wanted you to support from last week, or if you want to buy some cool candles, you should go to our community Discord and check out the Compendium channel, where you'll find all of the links to all of the important things that we've ever talked about. If it's not there, it's not important. Or I forgot to add it. Please send me a message if you feel like something should be on there and it isn't. Love you all. That's it. That's what I've got.
Oh, thank you, Masha.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of cold now, so I'm just gonna put this back on.
I'm
You know where
sorry,
it's
Sol. Are
even
you
colder?
supporting Jeff Bezos
I'm
right
supporting
now? Wow.
space. Supporting
It's even
space.
colder in space.
I'm
than
gonna
it
I'm gonna
is.
cover up I'm gonna cover up all the red planets so that I don't support Elon Musk either.
Does Elon Musk
What
own
did Elon
Mars
Musk
now?
do to red planets? What did he do to them?
I thought wasn't he going to Mars or something?
He wants
I
to go
don't
to
know.
Mars.
There we
Yes.
go.
Well, I think that's where everyone wants to go
I
right
was
now.
like, he's not the only one who wants to go to Mars.
Yeah, I think literally every
I want to
government,
go to Mars.
literally
to
every
Mars.
government
Okay.
ever right now is trying to go to Mars.
So
I want to meet Mars too. You guys, like, I don't.
yeah.
Well, Mars needs moms,
For
starring Seth Green.
Well, Mars has a mom already.
For this
Yeah.
for
Unless they want a couple more, like I can find you some on the black market,
Collection.
maybe.
all right, for the sake of my friends, I will not cover up the Marses on my shirt. Okay.
What a sentence.
So, as a recap, last week on TurnTables RPG,
Just screaming for 5 minutes.
yes, basically that was pretty much what happened. After getting unstuck from a time loop, we found out that Anne is now a professional working for Lyft, lifters into fantastical things, and then the gang was caught in a storm. There's apparently a huge supercell storm kind of spreading out from Memphis, Tennessee. Point. I thought of the Mickey meme of like, this is a tool that will be handy down to the, further in the story. And the coming out of Memphis, Tennessee, so they kind of began to push forward because the storm had essentially now at that point in time encompassed Kentucky as well. They were pushing into Indiana when they stopped for a gas station to get materials for both Alex's, or I suppose it's Anne's kind of like medical van, and for gas for Chuck's chick magnet car.
Yeah.
And
It's called Cassie.
Chuck wagon.
Well, it's called Cassie.
It is called Cassie.
Yes, that's fair. So yes, Chuck
Canonically.
wagon, as during that time, Chuck decided to teach Cassie how to drive, which in and of itself is a very sweet moment. And then she just kind of like kicked it into the highway and started going like 100 miles per hour. And so quickly the gang decided to follow along in the medical van, only to have two huge SUVs rush past them, and then begin to multiply into a gang of 8 SUVs. I'm not sure what the plural of SUVs is. Maybe let's go with herd. With a herd of 8 SUVs, and barreling down the highway, and only for a huge, it's a very Fast and the Furious-esque with magic and lightning battle going across down this highway. Wild stuff. Eventually, they found out that most of the cars were illusions, and after Chuck essentially just demolished both cars with his sick driving skills, the gang continued forward until they essentially ran out of gas and got stuck in the storm, only for a huge domino shit show to go down of terrible things one after another. First thing was the zombie body of Ammit the Devourer, which is this huge kind of like bipedal hippo lion crocodile combo from Egyptian mythology, essentially smashed into the medical van, stopping it, and then the storm kind of wrapped around them. Helicopters came down from this eye of the storm, holding the Elapids and the Elder Elapid. I keep putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Elapid. And monologuing occurred, snide, witty comebacks occurred, and essentially the summary of the conversation was for Apophis to give themselves up, along with the lungs of Apophis that the group had received, that they had taken during Chris's mystery. Oh man, we're almost there. So after a lot of back and forth, eventually Teddy, who was driving with Chuck, got caught by the Elapids, and they began to essentially torture him right in front of the group via kind of like storm telekinesis, and they ripped off Teddy's arm. It was, it's the arm that was already ripped off, but it's, you get the idea. And that essentially pushed everything to the edge. When Cassie tried to help, we re-met Greg Washington, who was in the in the quarter season finale, was found out to be another piece of Apophis. And this time fully fledged in black wrapping with their gem alight and a huge red scarab beetle tail. Apep, the tail of Apophis, shot out of the helicopter, slammed into Cassie, and essentially neutralized Cassie for the time being, until Apophis and Apep walked out in tandem towards the Elder Elapid in promise that if they did so, Teddy would be left alone. So, where we ended up leaving off was Apophis and Apep being swallowed by the storm, the Elder Elapid in the helicopters escaping, and Teddy unconscious, bleeding out in the grass, as Alex was tending to him in the car, or took him from the grass into the car. And Anne, with her keen eyesight, noticed that out in the grassy farmland, I was thinking corn, and then I was like, that's why I said corny, but it's
corny farmland.
Yeah, in the corny
it's
farmland.
Indiana, it's probably a cornfield.
That she saw the body of somebody laying out in the rain, and so she ran out and found the human form of Apophis on the ground. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and jump into the intro, and then we'll jump into RP right afterwards. So let me set this up. Machi. All right. We immediately come into Apophis's point of view, standing up at around 8 to 9 feet tall. With Apep's grip still on their arm, we just see storm and wind just rushing past. And there's a slight vibration in the air right in front of them. Something that's similar to a jump in space. A portal, probably. As Apophis, you near this portal with Apep leading you, you begin to feel a burning sensation inside your body. And as one foot enters this liminal space, suddenly it feels as though your body's ripping apart. And this incredible pain just sends you into a flash. And the last thing we see is, again, the point of view of Apophis falling back, a gray rain curtain above them, falling into a patch of long grass. As they go unconscious, the scene turns red, tinged in red. And once again, we're at that viewpoint of 8 or 9 feet tall, Apep holding the arm. And we watch as we walk into this space. It's dark, and the scene comes in the middle of a conversation. We hear, "We're in the process of tracking them down, sir." "Well, make it faster, Captain." "Yes, sir." And footsteps run off. Another person walks up, still silhouetted in the dark, can't really tell. You can still feel Apep's hand on the arm, but you watch as they turn around, their body slightly illuminated by the faint glow of their gem, and you watch as their one dilated blue eye looks you up and down, and then raises a hand from your face down to your gem, and continues to do that in a repetitive motion. In the background, we hear, "Sir, do you still want the Viper Sisters to continue scrying on the group?" The elder Elapid takes a moment and then says, "No. They have no power anymore. They are broken, divided, leaderless." And as that conversation comes to an end, you hear a Apep, and immediately Apep stops what they're doing and turns to the side. And now coming from the darkness, like that trope of like the lights kind of like turning on, you watch the elder Elapid walk forward and step in front of you, and you can see your reflection in the mirror. Apophyse's huge snake form, red eyes, gem, complete and whole, standing in front of the elder Elapid. The elder Elapid looks up at the group, or looks up at you, and says, "Finally, it's time to reunite you with your siblings." And he raises his hands, and in the perpetual darkness around the light, we watch as 10 separate red light sources illuminate in different shapes all around the room, just as the light from Apep's gem and Apophyse's gem also light up. Welcome to Monster of the Week.
Shut up just in time to see you doing that thing.
Oh, sorry. It's because I was watching the stream, but we're ahead by like 5 seconds or whatever. It's fine.
Yes. Time.
It's fine, guys.
So, we're going to do a little finagling here.
I love finagling.
You can't say that on stream.
I love finagling.
I can't say shenanigans, okay? I can say finagling.
Whoa.
We're gonna get ABCD.
Thank you for the last.
These are
last.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna focus today because we're gonna probably go
finagling my shenanigans.
What if we do get canceled and there's never a part 3? There's never like an actual
That's so fun.
I
would love
Guys, there's
that.
a little bug on my desk. There's a little bug. I don't know.
Guys,
well,
the
I'll
vibe
send a
is
picture
weird.
of it.
Yeah, if y'all thought we were like, one track mind, absolutely not.
That was.
I'm taking a video of this really tiny bug.
Stop. We're not talking about the bug.
Look at how small. Wait.
Why? I don't care about the
I
bug.
care about how small
I'm
it
gonna
is.
send you guys a video of this bug.
Literally
Oh my God.
nothing. Literally,
I'm done talking for the whole night.
You went on a tangent from the tangent we were on.
So, some things are going to get adjusted for the sake of time and expediency. Um,
Yeah, let's
The-
get her moving.
the 6 of you sit inside of an administrative office. It's rather large. There's chairs and sofas to sit on, kind of like a large wooden desk. It has one of those kind of like pull down screens, and everywhere you sit, or everywhere there's like free space, there are just boxes and boxes and boxes of folders and papers and reports inside of moving boxes essentially. The After Anne's discovery, the group regrouped. Alex, very like in the best way possible, patched up Teddy, though Teddy had gone unconscious at the time. And you all drove through the rain as best as possible and arrived at the outskirts of Chicago, to Lift headquarters. Lift headquarters is set kind of in one of the newer developments of Chicago. It used to be an industrial complex that is now being kind of like rebuilt into another population center with apartments and shopping centers and things of that nature. And outside Lift headquarters is a sign that says Silver's Gym. And as opposed to the Gold's Gym, where it's one person holding a barbell, this one has multiple people all holding up one giant barbell together. And immediately Megan came outside and rushed you all in. Teddy was moved to the medical bay on the first floor, and the rest of you were taken in to Megan's office, where she promptly gave you all, water, drinks, food and places to rest and blankets, but has left you there for a good chunk of time just because she has other things to do as well. So this is where you all find yourselves. Mars,
Hello.
what is Ren doing right now?
Sitting silently, taking it all in. I think they haven't spoken a word really since they woke up.
Should we kiss the audience on what they missed? Because not everyone seemed to have been paying attention.
Sure. Mars, do you want
Mars?
to...
No, please. No, Dustin, you explain what's going on.
Well, no. This is not my moment. I explained Cassie. Mars can explain.
Yeah, so remember how I used to play Apophis, the Summoned?
Oh my gosh, stop.
I now play the Vessel of Apophis, Ren Khalid Nadar, who is the Mundane. I leveled up and I changed my playbook, and also my character.
Yeah, I'm
Kind
like,
of.
this is more of a character change than just a...
I'm screaming on the inside because it doesn't sound good when it's out loud.
Another mundane. Who's the first mundane?
I love the Mundane playbook. Can I just say that?
I had to get rid of so many moves.
I can only imagine.
Yeah. Like,
Jeez.
Alex, again, when you guys went through the mystery, one of the possibilities of Alex was him being cured of his vampirism, and he was going to be a Mundane if you guys had done it.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Mundane playbook and just those types of playbooks in Powered by the Apocalypse in general. So I'm excited to see one in our party.
Wacky.
Just a regular guy now.
But
Well-
do they still have the gem in the on them?
Funny enough you
They
mentioned.
have a small one,
Funny,
right?
funny enough you mentioned. And by the time you brought Ren's body back to the caravan, back to the group of cars, the red gem that you had noticed on the top of their diaphragm is gone. Ren was a conscious at the time, so you might have kind of like checked very quickly, but you would have felt nothing. So, yeah,
this is going to take a little bit of getting used to. So if I say Apophis, at this point it is Rin until I get used to saying Rin. Just gonna throw that out.
You could always just look at the overlay; it'll help.
And just keep stealing gems.
Oh yeah, it's wow, you did in fact change the overlay as well.
When
Yeah,
did you
I
do
noticed
that?
that too. I was like,
Gotta look at the VOD to find out.
no,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
noticed the intro, but like I'm guessing
I
it was right
believe.
after.
Yeah, I think he changed during the intro.
So
yeah. So wait, is Teddy dead? What's going on?
Teddy was rushed to the med bay. You haven't had time to check it out. So if you'd like to, you can. It's just that, like, again, right now it's like approximately, I would say maybe 3 a.m. on the 7th day of the storm, and so y'all are pretty beat up and exhausted. So if y'all want to like sleep and then jump to the morning, that's totally okay too. But I wanted to set the scene of like what you coming in to into the lift headquarters was going to be.
Alex would have went with Teddy. I like
Mm-hmm.
Teddy is his patient, so he would absolutely have gone with Teddy as he was being transported. So
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else going with Teddy?
Yeah, I don't think Chuck's gonna leave Teddy's side.
Yeah, absolutely. So as y'all are kind of like rushed in, we'll say for the sake of it that that both Alex and Chuck were kind of like supporting Teddy's body, because I'm not sure if there was a gurney in the med van, but we'll go ahead and say that y'all are just kind of like supporting him with your own strength. You are met at the front doors, at the front doors of the lift headquarters, by Dr. Tevin Cienfuegos, who is a large man, a large black man with kind of like a very like prominent beard, who walks up with a gurney and just like immediately begins kind of like setting Teddy down, and kind of like as if he already knows, he's speaking to Alex and kind of like talking about what's his BPM at, like have you given him anything, what caused this, do you have the arm, does anybody have the arm, out of curiosity?
I imagine we would have grabbed it at least.
if no one else would, Cassie would.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll say he'll ask who has the arms, and Cassie will do the Mrs. Nesbit and like wave with the arm, and the
Actually, she doesn't.
Okay.
This time.
What she do?
She's been kind of just like cradling the arm the whole time. Like
Oh.
the whole trip, she's been completely quiet.
Interesting, man. I'm regretting this room tone background noise, but that's okay. So y'all,
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually can't hear anything coming from Groovy. I don't know if it's just like very quiet.
Are you just playing static?
it's
Is that what you're doing?
it is room tone. So if you raise up the sound on Groovy, you will begin to hear the sound of room tone, because you are technically
what is room tone?
it's the
Just
the ambient sound of like if you weren't playing music
like
or anything
fan.
like that. Yeah,
Okay.
usually it's just kind of like the AC unit probably
Like,
within the walls. Yeah.
God, I turned it up all the way and I was like, white noise.
And so because
Got it.
you're within an office, but essentially, so that's playing. The way that the lift headquarters is set up is when you enter in through the front doors, there are two large kind of like buildings connected in kind of like a essentially almost like a U shape. And the area that you enter in is kind of like a almost kind of like a common space between these two buildings. You see that there's chairs here. There's a receptionist desk that's empty. There are two large double doors that enter into the east wing and the west wing. And the ceiling is glass. The walls are like kind of like very they're essentially kind of like a rough kind of like cement aesthetic, but it's covered up with like plants and things of that nature to make it seem a little bit more vibrant on the inside. And you watch that Dr. Cienfuegos take the gurney and go into the into the east wing on the right hand side of where you are. You look to the side, and even though it's like pretty close to midnight, you can see that there's a 3-level gym with like glass walls to see inside, and there are a couple people kind of like still working out inside of it on the west wing. And on the right side there are no glass windows, but you see kind of like a large plaque that says, you know, administrative offices, first floor cafeteria, mailroom, med bay, second floor meeting rooms, war room, armory, and gun range, and then third floor admin offices, dormitories, library. And Megan comes out and again ushers you all into the right side, the east wing. And those of you who follow with Teddy, you see that Dr. Cienfuegos definitely knows what they're doing. They don't have a nurse attending currently, but the doctor like sets them onto the gurney with help from the two of you, and immediately begins the procedures of, you know, setting him up to essentially like rehydrate the body. He does a quick test to find out what blood type Teddy is, and takes out a blood bag and begins kind of like to replenish the blood that Teddy had lost. And it begins to immediately begin to like unwrap the essentially like battleground or battlefield dressing that Alex had placed on the body for the time being, in order to replace any like bleeding wrappings and things of that nature with clean ones. Anything else that y'all are wanting to do with Teddy in this time, for those of you who went with him?
I'm staying quiet.
Okay.
Alex is probably monitoring. But he's assisting the doctor as best he can as well, without getting in his way. Like, obviously this is that doctor's grounds, so he's not like taking charge or anything like that, but like if the doctor tells him something, then he will assist.
Understood. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to just music. Okay. So it takes maybe a good 30 or so minutes, but Teddy is like successfully triaged into the med bay, and Alex, you feel confident that Dr. Cienfuegos knows what he's doing, and he just kind of turns to the two of you and he says, the two of you have been through a lot. You should probably go up to Megan's office and get some sleep.
Chuck's going to look this doctor in the eyes.
He's 6'5".
He's okay. He's gonna look up into his eyes. Actually, Chuck is 10 feet tall. Cannon now.
That's a new change. That also happened.
That was my level up.
Chuck switched to the summoned.
It was very convenient. That would be so freaking funny. Anyway, no, but Chuck looks this man in the eye and just goes, "Fuck you," and is going to stay with Teddy.
Dr. Cienfuegos is just gonna like, you know, just nods at the response, and you actually all kind of notice that, like, with his, you know, he's still wearing his like doctor's outfit, with the doctor's coat and like a, you know, button down and khaki pants, but they're all like slightly small on him, and so you can tell that he's a pretty ripped dude underneath the whole getup, which tracks from what you understand about Lift. And he turns to Alex and he says, do you want to stay as well? I'm just going to be monitoring him until the transfusion's done.
Yes, it doesn't look like you have much help here, so I will stay as well.
Okay. I should tell the both of you, and he kind of turns again to Chuck, who probably has now sat down next to Teddy's bed.
He's holding Teddy's hand.
Okay.
Normal. Yes.
The other hand, yeah.
Yes.
The
The hand
attached
that's-
hand.
Just like not the like.
He's just like holding the arm.
Um,
I'm keeping it warm for him.
he looks at the two of you and he says, "I know that at some point Megan wants to have a debrief with all of you, so I'm sure she'll call down at that time. But until that time," he gestures to like a desk that's like 5 feet away from the bed. He says, "I'm going to be here. Let me know if you need anything." And he just walks over to the desk and sits down.
Right. And Alex will walk over to Chuck and Teddy, and he will put a hand on Chuck's shoulder and will say, "He is right, though. We do need at some point to talk to Megan. But for now, I'd like to monitor Teddy personally to make sure that he is at least stable."
All right. I don't think Chuck responds. I think Chuck's very hesitant to trust official people.
I think that's very valid. We'll go ahead and cut there and head back to Megan's office. Again, you're all let in, given blankets, drinks, and food. Again, Megan kind of like pulls Anne aside and says, I need to debrief with Eclipse, so y'all hang tight. I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm sorry I can't stay.
I'm just glad we were able to get here, and thank you for bringing us in so fast.
Of course. You're a part of Lyft now. This is what we do. And she just nods and leaves the room, closing it with a soft click of the door. And I believe Cassie's with them?
Yeah.
So Anne, Cassie, and Ren are all in the room together.
Anne is just, I think, like, beside herself, you know? I think that, like, obviously not actually existing in this space in person, Masha doesn't quite know, like, what is up quite as much. I'm sorry, that was a
Saw another tiny bug.
happened. No, there's no more tiny. Well, I hope
The
there's no-
monster's in the room with you.
No, there we go. I didn't know.
Is it Chipotle?
I didn't know what was happening. I heard the clinkety clankety. Thank you, Trevor.
What is this?
This is the rest of my burrito from dinner.
Is
I
it
can
Chipotle?
smell it through the computer.
Listen, it is beef short rib burrito. It's very good.
Nice.
The meat is very chef's kiss. Who says that out loud? It's me.
We'll still have
Except
an
I
hour
don't-
and 10 minutes before snack check, everybody.
Yep. Yeah, I think that Anne recognizes that, like, Ren is probably in a state of shock, but I think that, like, the entire rest of the ride over and the entire time that we've all been here, she is just trying to get a read on anything. Like, is this... well, first of all, actually, Mars, what are Ren's pronouns before I...
Same as Apophis, he, him, they, them.
Okay, solid.
It was less confusing. B, that was their pronouns anyway, so.
Right.
Okay, solid. But yeah, I think Anne is just trying to determine literally anything about Ren. Like, are they still Apophis? Do they have Apophis's memories? Like, is this just some guy who is like, please help, where am I don't remember the last 20 years, like,
Yeah.
you know, just yeah.
So
I
you're
don't
doing
know if
this-
that would be like,
You're doing this from a distance, just like observing, or are you going up to them and asking them questions?
I think I'm going to hold off for now because we've all already been through a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's just through observation, and it does sound like the drive over was kind of stressful because like Teddy was very injured and we were trying
Man,
Chris is also good.
everybody's
Damn,
killing
baby,
it.
those look good. Ooh.
Damn.
You gotta show us what those are.
You can't hear us.
Can't hear us yet, but
You gotta
say it
show-
again.
Chris.
Wow.
Chris.
Masha
Chris.
ASMR.
Chris. What did you get? What is it? What's in there? Show us the meats. Give me the meats. We've got the meats. God damn it, Chris. Can you hear me? What's
I think that's the
dinner?
worst audio
just
we've
say-
ever collected
Did you
as a
just
stream.
say? Did you just say, "Show me the meats"?
I'm thinking Arby's.
We are not
No.
sponsored by Arby's.
We're
No,
not.
this
We never
is-
should be.
These are salmon burgers with potatoes and
Whoa.
asparagus.
Damn.
Wow. Damn. Is that the Costco ciabatta bread?
Yes, it is.
How can I? You girl.
Wow.
I'm
Ma-
really proud of myself.
Masha's investigative mystery like stat is so high. It's incredible.
They just look some type of way, and I eat a lot of them. So, love you guys. Yeah, I think that unless Ren says anything, like outwardly offers information, I think that Anne is just going to kind of like stay quiet and let them come to her because she's just kind of at a loss.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if there's anything that you want to say that I have observed. I can also roll investigate a mystery.
Actually, just as a point of order, Mars, does Ren have snake eyes?
Good question. I don't think they do. I think the way I'm kind of envisioning it is their eyes are like regular eyes, like human eyes, but the brown of their eyes, like the iris is a unnatural red brown. So
Gotcha.
it is, you can see that like something about them was not human or abnormal or paranormal, supernatural. That's what I'm looking for. But it is not. It's something that you'd have to like look at and be like, hey, that's not the color eyes are. It's not something like snake eyes where you're like, oh, those are snake eyes. That's not a normal thing.
But
So
from a distance, they just look like brown eyes.
Yep.
Gotcha.
from a different, just brown eyes.
Oh, cool. Cassie, what are you doing?
Cassie's quiet, which is probably weird for everyone. She's still processing everything that has happened. Yeah, like I won't go too much into her inner thoughts, but right now she has a lot to think about. Well, no, I'm not going to because I will do it later out loud as her.
Okay.
But yeah, right now she is just kind of thinking quietly to herself. If she is addressed, she'll offer like an awkward smile and try to make some kind of joke, but it's obvious that her heart isn't in it.
Definitely. No. So is there anything that anyone wants to do? I'm going to essentially like time jump 3 or 4 hours and say that you all got a rest, essentially, in some way, shape, or form. Whether you were awake at that time or just like sitting calmly by Teddy's bedside, we're just gonna jump a couple of hours. Anybody want to do anything before then?
Did we arrive too late for hot yoga? This is a joke.
You will find out.
Okay.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and jump those 4 hours. So it's now approximately like 7 a.m. The sun's beginning to rise, and Megan walks in just like still in the same clothes that she was wearing when she dropped you all off, just looking at maybe a little bit more haggard, with another box of papers, and she just kind of like slams it on her desk. She turns on the TV, and she mutes it, but you see that again it's still the newscast, and it is now showing once again the map of the United States on the Doppler radar, and this huge storm cell turning like a hurricane centered on Memphis has now gotten so large that it has swallowed up Arkansas, Arkansas. I'm trying to think. Parts of or pretty much all of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Missouri, along with I believe Ohio, West Virginia, and Georgia. It's beginning to expand even larger than it was before, and it is now encroaching on Chicago, and has also taken up pretty much the entire east side or nearly the east side of Texas, and also dipping into the Gulf Coast and things of that nature. The storm cell has grown exponentially since just a couple of hours ago. They just continue like running that graphic and that information, along with just charts showing like record-breaking rainfall, record-breaking winds. It's caught everyone. The growth of this storm has caught everyone so off guard that they don't know what to label it, what to categorize it, what to name it. For the time being, they're just calling it the storm because there really is no other to talk about. And Megan just kind of sits in her leather high back chair of her office desk and just kind of like runs a hand across her face, before kind of reaching over, pressing an intercom and saying, Tevin, can you please send up Alex and Chuck? We need to debrief now. Downstairs in the med bay, Tevin, who has not gone to sleep this entire time, just kind of swivels his chair to look at the two of you and gestures. He's in good hands. Nothing's gonna happen.
Chuck, we need to. You know it's what Teddy would want. We need to try and get to the bottom of this.
Chuck is drinking a glass of mysterious liquid. You don't know. You never saw him get up.
Chuck, please
You know
don't
you're
do that.
drinking morphine, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Tevin does not try to stop you.
I'm going for a ride. We're going for a ride, Teddy. One last ride. It's like the 80s.
It's like a weird Romeo and Juliet.
No, I think Chuck just like gives Tevin, his name's Tevin, just sort of like a very suspicious look. And I guess he this is gonna sound weird, but he starts feeling around in Teddy's pockets for the card.
Yeah, sure enough, you find it, and it was in his like essentially like inner chest pocket of his the jacket that
Chuck's
he was wearing.
not being like sneaky about this. He is 100% just openly
Rifling,
reaches
looting the
and-
body.
Yeah. Yes, looting the body,
Alex, you see him doing this.
and takes the card and puts it in his coat
Yeah,
pocket.
Alex assumes that Chuck has his reasons and doesn't.
Fair enough.
However, I can't use it. I don't have a soul. So,
Okay, so the two of you head upstairs.
yep, yeah.
Yeah, takes y'all like whether you take the elevator or the stairs, takes you a bit of time. you get up to the third floor. You find Megan's office pretty easily. You do see that it is on the outside of the office. It is labeled head field officer. Before you step inside and reunite with your friends and Megan, who is sitting drinking a cup of coffee behind the desk. She looks up and she says, "Good. You're all here. And she waits for the two of you to find a spot to sit down or to stop moving if you're standing. But once everyone is kind of like settled, she's just gonna ask, "What the fuck happened?"
So I was driving, as anyone does, down the highway. When I thought to myself, you know what, Chuck? Let's get back in the game. And so I went, and then I found a big Z's full of vampires.
Right. I'm talking about last night, Chuck. About before, when you carried Teddy bleeding with another arm missing, or the same arm missing again, through my front doors. So I think that's what I meant, Chuck.
We were
Well-
attacked by the Elapids.
I feel like that's a given.
Can you give me a little bit more than that?
They were controlling the storm. They came for Apophis, and they took him. And I do mean they took Apophis. And he gestures towards Rin and says, they are... I don't want to say what is left, because that is not fair to them. But they were left where Apophis had been standing. And the head Elapid was controlling the storm with magic. So I think that it's very possible, and I would almost say confirm, that they are the ones that are behind this supernatural storm.
Megan kind of nods her head and then looks at Ren and says, "I'm sorry, I don't know your name."
And Ren looks at Megan and probably for like the first time, like actually talks more than like, a nod, like actually talks as opposed to just nodding or shaking their head. And they look at her and say, I'm Ren. I don't know who I am anymore. I was the body Apophis was using to exist on Earth, but now my feelings are all muddled with his, and he's gone in my head. He's not in my head anymore, and I've never been. It's been 20 years since I've been alone in this body, and I don't know who I am anymore. I know who I was 20 years ago, but I don't know. That me is gone, and that me left the moment Apophis started inhabiting this body, and and they just like kind of keep sputtering, and they just stop talking.
Megan will just kind of like just say, "It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I think if you'd like, Dr. Cienfuegos downstairs is a registered counselor, and if you ever want to go talk to him, I'm sure that he would love to spend some time with you and help you process some of these feelings that you're having."
And Ren kind of, without thinking about it, like laughs, and once they realize, they've laughed out loud, they look at Megan and say, I'm sorry, I don't think I don't think a counselor's going to be able to fix this broken mind of mine.
I mean, I can understand.
I'm just gonna say, guys, that sounds like a really epic, like, rock lyric, like emo rock lyric.
Yeah.
Like, no duh. Yeah.
Do it, Chris.
Someone write that down. No, never mind. I regretted it the moment I made an attempt.
Megan will just kind of she'll nod and then just say, I understand, and I hate to do this, but we need a clear picture. Do you remember anything?
I don't know what I remember. I'm still kind of processing through things, but I remember a lot of their strong emotions, a lot of their feelings. I remember a lot about you all, and he kind of gestures to the rest of the group, but I don't remember. I don't know my feelings. I know his feelings, and they've meddled with mine, and I don't. I remember a little, but not as much as I would like. Not as much as you all probably would like. It's a little bit messy up there. He gestures to his.
Understood.
Cassie stands up.
Okay.
Like Cassie stands up and approaches Rin and holds out her hand and says, "My name is Cassie. It is nice to meet you, Rin. I think that perhaps we should start treating you as Rin rather than as Apophis, if that is the case."
And Apophis and Ren, I did it with my own character. Ren looks at Cassie and kind of tilts his head and says, I think I appreciate that. I'm not quite sure. It's been a while since I've been the one to think for me, but he takes her hand and shakes it. Or
Megan will, again, just kind of tap her finger and then say, I hate to impose, Ren, but even if it's not counseling for the emotions that you're feeling, I will request that you do meet with Dr. Cienfuegos, if anything, to unscramble some of those memories you may have from last night. Again, just in the off chance that there's anything that can help us stop this. And she points to the giant storm cell. That it's actually like live footage now. And the camera's having to like pan to catch the enormity of it, as opposed to like they're like no longer at a point to where they can use like a wide angle to catch all of it. All they have to completely pan. And Megan just kind of like sits there, sitting in her decision.
And Ren is going to look at Megan and say, we'll just talk about Apophis, right? I don't want to. I've had enough of medical people talking to me.
Yeah, of course.
In my life.
It will only regard the events of last night.
I'll do it then.
Megan kind of, again, she sighs and nods, thank you. And then she looks at the rest of the group and she says, I don't know where to start. Do you all have questions? I'm afraid that I may not have all the answers. And she kind of spreads her hands, to all the boxes around her, and she says, I'm only privy to Eclipse's secondhand information. And she pulls out like several sheets from one of the boxes and holds them up, and you can see that several of the sheets have like black marks just kind of like streaked across certain spaces of the sheets. And she says, and they are very picky about what they share. So, and I haven't even gone through all these boxes. She kind of like rubs her eyes and she says, I've been up for 52 hours straight. What questions do you have?
Can you get me to the Eye of the Storm, I guess? Is all I care about.
Megan nods and she says, by car, it would take 8 hours to get from Chicago to Memphis. And
got a plane? Got a train?
Unlike Eclipse and several other organizations, our funds go to other things. We don't have
What, your
planes.
protein drinks?
A part of it, yeah, Chuck.
Ren is gonna kind of sheepishly raise their hand, and then say, do you all have weapons or something I can use? I don't want a gun, but I figure that probably I will need them. I don't plan to abandon this group. I don't. I think it's probably the fact that Apophis didn't want to abandon this group, but I feel, loyalty to them, and I figure we're gonna get in some fights if you've got, I don't know, like a baseball bat or something. I just need something to fight back with, because I don't have big fists anymore.
Megan will nod and say, "We do have an armory. We'll find you something once you've been cleared by Dr. Cienfuegos." And that's the stipulation.
And Ren kind of gives a scowl, but shakes their head. Or shrugs their shoulders, I guess.
Megan, again, she looks back at Chuck and she says, "We have vehicles like the medical van that we gave Anne, but nothing that is... We could try and reach out to Eclipse and try and get a plane or maybe a helicopter, but for the most part, that would take time. And by the way that this storm is growing and is projected to grow, we don't have time."
And I assume you don't have any, like, high artillery. It's just basic guns and weapons.
We have a grenade launcher, several actually. If you want to take any of those,
Okay, so
we have military grade weapons. We just don't have military grade transport.
Can Anne switch her submachine gun for a grenade launcher, please?
If you'd like to visit the armory later, absolutely.
I'll
So
think about it.
so here's my pitch. I need you to get me one of those vans and fill them with grenades, and then I'll be on my way.
Megan just kind of like looks at you, trying to figure out if you're joking or not, before just saying,
I'm not joking.
"No." Yeah. And then she kind of like looks at Alex and Anne and she says, "I'm really sorry. I wish we had more, but you have to understand that Lyft is not meant to be like Eclipse. We are more of investigators, and we provide aid to the communities that are affected by supernatural events while trying to solve the problem. But we don't have government funding. We don't have access to that kind of power. It's just us, and right now it's a small amount of us. A lot of our members have decided to go back home to their families for the time being, and we weren't going to stop them, because I look at that," and she points at the storm and she says, "and I don't know how to stop that. So if people wanted to be with their families before whatever happens, I'm not gonna stop them."
I mean, if what we think the Elapids are trying to do is what they're really trying to do, that time that people have with their families will be the last thing that ever happens. I mean, the whole point of Apophis and all of that is to bring about the apocalypse, an apocalypse that we never really truly understood, but they had another piece, and I can't imagine that they don't have all of them at this point. I mean, how else would you do something like this? We have to figure out how to stop it, but I've never done anything like that. I don't even have the same kind of magic anymore. Um,
Yeah, we could really use angel wings right now.
yeah, I know. I can... WoW is the last being I want to speak to my superiors. Megan, I have a quick question for you, actually. In all of the stuff that you were looking through, it was all about the Elapids, right? Or at least a lot of it was.
There's not a lot. If you want to go through all these boxes, you can. I've processed so much information in the past 2 days that I honestly can't remember it all, except for a few key things. Some of the things are Elapid, some of them are police reports from the past week or so from different areas of the globe. They're all individual pieces of a larger puzzle that I cannot put together myself.
Well, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. I have to count how many of us there are. Well, 6 mines are better than 1. I mean, if you'll give us the details, we can try to work through it. And 12 sets of eyes, 12 eyes, 12 sets of eyes. How many eyes does each of us have? I don't know. Too many. Help! We've become abominations. I think that Anna's going to like flick her wrist and pull out of her pocket to mention that rusty key that she stole from the Elder Elapids office, and she's just gonna look to Megan and say, "But if there's anything that you saw in any reports about something that a janky-looking key like this would fit into, could always help. I stole this from the Elapids office. It might open nothing, but I have it. It's kind of the only thing that I feel like is worth holding on to at this point."
Megan looks at the key and she says, I mean, anything that can give us an advantage, I would agree. Keep holding on to it. I appreciate the offer for help. You are absolutely welcome to our facilities and these boxes and the library. Anything that you need that we have in this building, we'll be willing to give to you. You see that she's kind of like, she's repeatedly like rubbing her eyes and like trying to take more and more sips of the coffee, but it's not really doing anything. She says, do you all have any more questions that hopefully I can answer? I think I'm gonna go take like a 4-hour nap. It's not enough, but it's as much as I can allow myself.
No, please rest. How many? 50 something hours? That's...
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's what happens.
Yeah,
when
you just
don't-
disappear
you
from
die.
the give her a second. There we go.
Wow.
Sorry about that. I didn't even click on anything.
Weird.
Yeah, you just froze and left. I don't know if it was a signaling.
Let's hope Discord doesn't. Discord, I swear. It's,
Can
What do
you
you-
guys hear me?
yes.
Discord is absolutely
Okay.
perfect. Yes.
Yeah, no, I like legitimately hadn't even touched anything, and it just like completely ended the call for me. So I don't know what that was. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Masha used the angel wings. That was Eric's
Masha
joke,
appears
not mine.
behind me and tries.
Nothing personnel, kid. I don't remember what I was saying. I think just doesn't have to be roleplay. I think Anna's just like, please, Megan, go to bed.
Okay. Fair enough.
Please sleep. We'll look through the boxes.
Yeah, I think at that point Megan will nod and get up and just walk out of the office, assumedly to the dormitories, but you're not sure for sure. What are y'all doing now that you have access to the building, have access to these boxes?
I think the first thing Anne really is going to do is turn to Ren and just say, Hey, why don't I walk you down to the doctor so that you can get cleared to have a weapon and just feel a little bit safer?
And Ren looks at Anne and says, I don't know you, but Apophis does, and he's still kind of in there. I feel, yes, I trust you. If you'd like to, stay while the doctor picks combs through this mess of a mind of mine, I wouldn't mind. That was a lot of the word mind in one sentence, but I'm okay with that. And Ren is like, Apophis was like very still, very like, big, strong, silent dude. Ren is nervous and fidgety and anxious and talks very quickly and talks a lot. Their voice is slightly higher pitched. And yeah, that they are looking at you. They're kind of looking like at your shoulder. They're not looking you directly in the eyes, but they say, "Yeah, I think I'd like that. Sorry about all this."
Anne laughs and just says, I think out of everybody here, this is your fault the least. And I think that she turns to everybody else and just says, why don't you guys get a head start on some research, and after Ren gets medically cleared, I might be coming back with a grenade launcher. I'll see how I feel.
Good luck.
And Ren does a little nervous wave to everyone.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and say Anne and Ren go downstairs to see Dr. Cienfuegos. Chuck, Cassie, Alex, y'all are still in the room. Anyone doing anything?
I think Chuck is just I think he's flipping through pages to see if anything like really catches his eye, but he's mostly just talking to him like out loud. And he's like, I don't know, I feel like we're wasting time here.
Okay.
These guys don't know what they're doing. We need to get, from what we understand, they have all the pieces. And I feel like we're just on a ticking time clock, and we're spending all our time just sitting here twiddling our thumbs.
And what would you have us do, Chuck? We don't know where to go. We don't know what kind of forces they have. We don't know what kind of powers they have. If we showed up, we could be killed instantly, and then what? Nothing.
Well, the more
I understand why you would be stressed out and angry about what happened, but all we can do right now is try to figure something out. We don't know that they have all of the pieces.
I mean, I don't know. I assume that if they were gonna go make a move like this, they have some kind of plan. Plus, more time we waste, I don't know.
I will say, just again, for the sake of expediency, to figure out the plan, shit ton of investigate the mystery rolls with everything that you have available to you in this room, in the library, around the place, is essentially the idea. If you want to know more about the plan.
All I'm saying is I most definitely have not much time to spend standing around here, Alex. And so if you want to sit me down for the last 24-something hours I have, we can do that.
What would you rather do, Chuck? Spend 24 hours in a car?
Rather end up there for the last 10 seconds than waste it all here.
But what if it's not a waste? Even if you have 24 hours, what if it is your eyes that spot the one thing that we need to save the world?
I'll
Chuck.
scream very loudly.
Yes, I know you will. Let's at least take a look and see what we can find while Rin goes through their psychological evaluation. We can decide what to do from there because you know that just the three of us aren't going to do much.
Okay. Cool. And so I guess Chuck will start actively investigating.
Okay,
Yeah, as will Alex.
cool. And so y'all are digging into these boxes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you both want to roll investigate a mystery, or does one of you want to essentially help out the other?
I'm fine with doing it separate.
Okay.
Yeah, I almost feel like that's better at this point than helping out.
Agreed. And then for this, you can also use the phenomenon like rules for Monster of the
Right.
Week as well, which I can let you know what they are.
Okay.
If it's possible for you to copy and paste that somewhere, that would be awesome.
I can send a
Like
link
maybe move-
to the PDF, but
That would be great.
Is-
Like in resources, maybe just so we can all look at it.
I just
as
rolled
we
boxcars.
nice.
Oh,
Like, oh my gosh. Jeez.
I didn't roll boxcars, but I did roll 6 and a 4.
Don't I have an
actually,
advanced on
It's a 9
investigate?
and a 4 for me. But
I have
Did you take
advanced
that?
on investigate a mystery.
Okay, so you may ask. Let's go ahead and you think on that for a moment, Chris, on
Okay.
like what question you want to ask. But we'll go ahead and go.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and go to Alex. So on a 10 plus, you get to hold 2. What happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? What is being concealed here? And then for phenomena, sorry, it is how is this phenomenon doing this? What could fix it, cure it, or slow it down? How far does the effect reach? And what will be affected next?
and I hold 2, right?
Yes.
For the 10 plus.
So, again, yeah, with your investigative mystery, because it's a success, you get to hold 2. Any one of those questions is fair game to ask of me, the keeper.
Well, we'll start with the simple yet seemingly obvious one. How is this phenomenon doing this?
Right on. So you find, as you're combing through the boxes, you find a specific stack that is field reports from the past 7 days. This primarily the ones that are very useful to you are ones from the early days, like the first or second day, when the storm still wasn't as terrible as it is now, and agents were still being able to be moved out. It's kind of a tandem report from a handful of lift agents who have magical who are magical adepts, and then or adept at magic, and then also a handful, like 1 or 2 members of the Order of the White Rabbit. And essentially what the reports tell you is that there is a large, like, mass of magic somewhere within Memphis that is essentially channeling this storm. And the order from the Order of the White Rabbit specifically says that the only way that this amount of magic could be held in place is through the use of an artifact or a spell book. And so you get the idea that the Book of the Evening is really the crux, though you're not sure, because if they do have the other pieces of Apophis, that could also be playing a part in it as well.
Okay. And again, this seems like an obvious answer, but I'm still going to ask it. What could fix it, cure it, or slow it down?
Right. So you continue the report, and at this point, the adepts are kind of like falling back in the notes, and it's mostly just those two Order the White Rabbit members who are essentially, they're theorizing about what they could do to try and disrupt the spell. They say, you could try to physically try and separate the spell book from the caster, and then hopefully that would break the connection. You could try to interrupt the spell for a moment by breaking the breaking the concentration, or, and then this is like one of the final notes that you can see is like scratched out, but you can still read just enough under the scratches to see you could create an energy source of equal size to cancel it out.
Guys, time to make a black hole on the face of the earth.
I was gonna say that too. Oh, time to Teddy, wake up! It's time.
But wasn't his plan based off the fact that we
Sweet
had a giant
Sam
snake
Houston.
person?
Yeah.
Like
Yes, it was based
Like he was-
partially in the fact that
we had a
Apophis
giant
was a big
snake
ship.
person who could consume utonium or whatever, plutonium. Utonium? That's the guy from Power.
Chemical
Right?
X.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Did you only get 2 questions? Yes.
Yeah, I got 2 questions.
Okay, cool.
Chris,
do I
you-
get 2 or do I just get the one I ask?
No. You also get 2 questions. It's just one of them can be whatever question you want.
Okay, cool. I always do this, and then my phone wakes up and is like, "You want Google, correct?" And I was like, "No, I don't. Not right now." So I'm going to ask my normal holds first.
Sure.
Which is, I want to know, where did it
Well, you
go?
get 1 normal hold, and then
One normal hold and then one any question.
Yes.
yes.
So you still have
Okay.
2 holds, 1 normal, 1 whatever.
Okay, doesn't affect my answer or my first question, which is where did it go? It being the Elapids, or like the Book of the Evening head Elapid. Where did he go?
I'm sorry. Repeat that.
My first question is, from the normal holds,
Mm-hmm.
where did it go? That being the Elder Elapid, the Book of the Evening. I want to know where they are so I can find them, so I know how long of a drive it is.
Right.
Like, are they just in the eye of the storm, like I would guess, or
Yes, I
are
would
they
say,
just free roaming?
for the sake of not wasting this question, I'll say that you and Alex are kind of like talking out loud, so you would know from Alex's conjecture that they're probably in Memphis. If you want to try a
Okay.
different question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, wait. So here. Gosh, I can't remember what my ask anything question was gonna be, because then I was gonna. Okay, hold on. My ask anything question is. I think I know what I was gonna ask, but I don't. Now I'm second guessing whether or not it's a good question. Do is the fact that the Elapids got a bad equation from Teddy important in this specific thing they're doing?
Good question.
Like, is this a situation of like, oh, we have nothing to worry about because they're gonna do the ritual and just kill themselves? I assume not, but I just wanted to check. Is like, how is this related to the equation?
I will say. So this is a great question. It is definitely a question that can be that I will answer once Teddy is awake.
Okay, cool.
So keep that in your pocket for now.
Okay,
Because that's a math question. It's like a math science question. And there are few minds in the world who could like give you a straight answer.
Okay.
And Teddy's one of them, and he's like 2 floors below you. You know, so
I swear this is gonna be a situation where Teddy's like, I was thinking it over, and I actually gave him the right answer.
there's maybe a chance I done fucked up. But
So I guess that will bring me back to the normal hold, which is just what is being concealed here.
okay.
I want you to tell me what I find.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think buried underneath a stack of papers, which are all pretty much weather reports. Eclipse, and then via Eclipse Lift has essentially gathered a lot of weather reports, not just of the United States, but also globally. And you find, again, if you were, or I don't think you were there for this, but you find reports that sound very similar to what the weatherman was saying last session of like, it's hailing in Egypt and the storms are so great that they're sucking up sand, and the Amazon has been without rain for a week and things of that nature. But I'll say with, even though you're not the flake, you begin to see a pattern in amongst all these reports. This is really where
they're connecting.
And specific weather reports, not the ones that seem to be kind of like out of the way or random. They have the same type of weather, in kind of like in progression, as if the storms are moving at a very large pace. And so I'll say what is being concealed here, you get the idea that there's something larger afoot than just this storm at the United States. And you would probably need to get a hold of Google Maps and a weather radar.
No, technology. Chuck's hand starts shaking violently as he realizes that he needs technology. So is this you telling me, like, if I look at a map, it's just there's gonna be a wacky symbol?
Well, I mean, like, if you, however Chuck would approach this knowledge, you do you.
Chuck starts drawing the world on a napkin. He's like, wait a second.
Sure.
No, no. I do think that's funny. Chuck's just like, hold on, I have a complete memorization of how the world's weather patterns work. If I do the calculations correct. Oh no.
And it's the world map that Chuck draws is actually an exact like carbon copy of the map that's on the Big ZD's kids menu, with the little symbols and everything.
Yeah. I would use the map I have for my treasure, but I left it somewhere else.
Right. So, what I guess, what is there anything else you want to do with that information?
Oh, so just a quick clarification of what has been revealed to me, that this is happening everywhere, not just America. Is what's been revealed to me, or is it specifically if I look at a weather map right now, I'm gonna see a funky image?
You got to look at a weather map.
Okay. Chuck,
but you do get this. You do get the sense that this is something larger than just what's happening in the United States. But you have to check a weather map to be certain.
Cool. I think Chuck is like, is there like a weather map in here somewhere? Do they have like secret screens, like a spy movie?
Cassie will help him look something up on the computer in the library.
Sure. Yeah. Y'all go up kind of like one room, because essentially you're in the admin offices. So yeah, you just go down the hall and you go through a set of double doors, and it's a modest sized library. You do see that there's like one person sitting at the front desk, a young woman. This is the first person other than Megan and the doctor that you've seen from Lyft. She's a young woman, like maybe in her early 30s, even though she has like slight graying in her hair. But you do see that, you know, she's built very much like a runner, very kind of like tall and lanky, but there's like not an ounce of fat on her. And she's just kind of like reshelving books when the two of you walk in. And she says, "Oh, hi. Are you I don't know what to call you guys. Do you have a name?"
I'm working on it. We're workshopping it.
Okay, I'll just call you the guys for now, I guess.
That sounds weird.
I'm Danielle. I work the library. Can I help you find anything?
Um,
I'm
Yes,
looking
we are
to
looking-
look at the weather.
yes, I was going to use the computers to look up a weather map for him.
Sure, I can help you with that. And you see she turns around and she walks around the desk, and she's standing like maybe like 6'1", 6'2", and she like walks over to there's like a space in between all the shelvings where there's like tables for you to like take books and read, and she goes to the edge of one and just like brings down a screen, and turns on a projector, and then she goes over to the office or to the reception desk and just kind of like turns one of the screens, and she says, "Let me know what you're looking for, and I can get it up there."
Cool. Anything wacky happening with this weather map?
Sure. So she pulls up a map of the United States, which again you can begin to see. You still see that storm, and it's like it's showing the progression of, like day day 1 to day 7 of like the storm just getting gradually bigger and bigger and bigger while spinning.
I don't care about America. Give me the world.
Okay, and she kind of like does like a wider view on the, or actually, we'll make this a little bit cooler. She kind of like looks at you and she's like, "Okay, let me real quick," and you see her kind of like jump out of that screen and log into, there's a, I forgot the name because I'm doing this off the top of my head. I forgot the name of the, it's not, it's the, there's a meteorological kind of like group that's like global, and I feel like it starts with an O.
NORAD?
Yes, we'll do NORAD. Thank you. Yeah, and so you see her kind of like go through, hack her way into several kind of like government websites and like essentially bring up the NORAD screen, and it shows the map of the world and storm systems all around. And what you see is that on day 1, when the storm first appeared, it was a small speck in the map, and there were normal weather patterns everywhere else in the world. As the days progress, as she pulls up the weekly schedule, you watch all those storms that were moving naturally suddenly begin to shift course, and like tendrils begin to funnel towards the storm in Memphis. And so
this ain't just he's making weather; he's taking weather.
Exactly. Over the course of the past week, there has been no clouds, no rain, no other kind of like atmospheric weather anywhere else around the world. It seems that it's all tracking towards the storm. It's all being pulled in.
Okay. I don't know what to do with this information, Cassie. Seems I've figured out that things are bad.
Danielle says, wow, I think you did. I need to send this to Megan. And you see her kind of like tapping away.
If they ask who discovered this phenomena, my name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin.
Oh, man.
And his partner, Theodore Ulysses Franklin.
We're the Franklins. And he walks away.
Team name.
Oh no. We're workshopping it.
Your name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin? That's weird. That's my name.
My name.
I'm
name is
Theodore.
my
My name too. Yes, thank you, Dustin.
Whenever I go out, the people
Let me
always
shout.
shout, "There goes Theodore Ulysses Franklin."
Franklin.
It just doesn't.
It works. It works. Perfect. Cool. Nice. Epic. So all I need
Yes.
is to wait for Teddy to wake up to answer my other question.
Yeah, perfect. I think this endeavor has taken y'all maybe like an hour or two to really like get down. So we'll go ahead and jump to Anne and Apophis.
Anne and Ren.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. Anne and Ren. I did this to myself.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. I feel like
We cut
we've got 2 sessions to.
to get the hang of it.
To figure it out.
Yeah.
And
Just to take like a 3-month break from the main storyline and just forget
Yeah.
everything entirely.
so we cut down to the med bay. There isn't really like anywhere else like a counselor office or anything of that nature. And we cut to Dr. Cienfuegos sitting in a chair facing Ren, who is also sitting in a chair, maybe like 6 feet away. Is Teddy kind of like laying still unconscious on the bed with the curtains drawn. And where are you in this space?
I think I am pretending to like not be paying attention. Like I think I'm just kind of walking around the room, like looking over Teddy's charts, just like checking all of his stuff. And I want to say that like maybe I took a couple of files down with me,
Cool.
so that I could like. I'm trying to decide right now if Anne would actually read through them, or if she would only pretend to read through them to like overhear Ren's discussion with the doctor. Also, Saul, can you spell the doctor's name for me or like type it out in chat, because you say it so fast every time that I like literally have not been able to catch it.
No worries. It is.
Which is why I am calling him doctor and not his full name.
So it's Dr. Tevin, Tevin, and then
Okay.
Cienfuegos, Cienfuegos.
It's a very good name.
It is. It's a dope ass name for sure.
100 files.
Yeah.
I see. I was like, fuego means spicy, right? Yeah. Okay. Good job.
Well,
I eat too many chips.
So
So
let's.
you already-
Yeah, I'm good.
Spicy.
I
Did I just break you? I'm sorry.
don't know how I'm gonna have like
Yes.
a completely serious like counseling session with this with a bro.
With
Dr.
Dr.
100 Spicy.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I would like my tacos extra fuegos, please.
Oh my god. Okay. So
But I think that Anne will be. I think that Anne will be like sitting in a chair on the other end of the room, like pretending to flip through notes and stuff.
Okay.
But is probably like listening in on the conversation a little bit, if only for a little bit of like the personal realm of like knowing if and when people are lying.
yeah.
Just to see like how honest everybody is, and like I don't know. Yeah. Anne's just vibing in the corner,
Sure.
thinking to herself, "The fuego means spicy," as she eats some XXX hot Cheetos that she got from a vending machine down the hall. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yes. So since Anne, you're sitting on the side. We'll say that Dr. Cienfuegos is just kind of like, he's been going through essentially the rules of the session. Ren, if at any point in time you feel uncomfortable, or we can always cut the conversation. If there's something, if we hit a nerve, we'll continue slowly, at your own pace. However, this is just going to be really quick. we want to just make sure that any bats that we give you aren't going to be aimed at us. So he kind of like he says he kind of looks to the side and then holds up like a small little remote and looks to you and he says, "Do you have a space that you would feel calm in? Maybe near the ocean or in a heavily wooded area."
And Ren just kind of looks confused and says, "No, I think it would be too distracting. I just want to get. I don't know where I feel safe anymore."
Okay, that's okay. We'll just go with the default. And he clicks the button, and small speakers begin to play white noise, and it just kind of like washes over the space. And he looks at you and he says, "Go ahead and close your eyes."
And Ren like does the thing where they like kind of close their eyes but they're kind of open. Ren does not want to close their eyes around this doctor.
Yeah, that's fair. The doctor kind of sees this, but he's not going to really say anything. He's just going to continue. He says, "Okay, Ren, so I want you to take me back to the events of last night from what you remember, and just walk me through it, step by step, from when Apophis decided to walk out towards the helicopters."
And Ren is silent for a second, and then they say, "So I'll tell you what I can, but I can't. I seem to be best at remembering like emotions as opposed to actual thoughts. I remember Apophis was the snake guys showed up in the helicopter, and Apophis was scared and angry, and they were confused, but not really confused about that the snake people were there. They were just confused about everything. They didn't know what was going on, I guess. I'm not quite sure what they were confused about, but that was a big emotion. They were really confused, and the battle went off or whatever, and they were angry, and then the snake, the guy in the helicopter took control of the weather, and he took Teddy, and Apophis was so scared, and he felt guilty. He felt like he had caused enough pain for Teddy already, for this group already, and he just wanted it to end, and so he made the decision that he was going to go with the helicopters, and he didn't want to, and he felt like there was still a lot to be said and a lot to be done, but he couldn't bear to see Teddy hurt for his sake anymore, and so he made up his mind, and I guess that's when it was time to that's when he started walking over, and he was really sad. I think he wanted his friends to find a way out. He wanted his friends to find a way to save him, but kind of had already accepted that they weren't going to save him because they couldn't.
As soon as you start talking about acceptance, you feel your eyelids get very heavy and a headache beginning to press against your forehead. And I need you to roll me an act under pressure.
Stressful. Okay. I'm sure this isn't foreboding at all. That's a 7 plus 2. 9.
9? Okay, so with a mixed success, you immediately, as you close your eyes in pain, your vision goes red. And you open your eyes in this red tinted landscape of what? Suddenly you're taller. And you're staring at a space that you've never seen before. It's stone flooring, stone walls etched with hieroglyphs. And you, without controlling, you begin to move forward. It's almost as if you are just an observer. And the body passes a reflective surface. And just with your peripheral vision, you can see the body of Apophis. Except there's something off within the mirror. The mirror reflects you, but it's not your body. It's like a almost darker red. And instead of that full gem that you always remembered seeing, where it was, 6-sided, elongated gem, like a rupee, the top is missing a diamond shape. So it's more of kind of like an arrow now, as opposed to a full rupee. But then, as you step away, you watch as this autonomous body kind of looks down, and you see like some rats scurrying away, and the creature looking down gives you a good look at the body. And sure enough, the full gem is there. The normal kind of like skin tone color is still there. And right next to them is Apep, still walking. Their bandages have been kind of fixed so that the eye is no longer, revealed. But their gem is still glowing, and your gem is still glowing, whole and full. Before you can see anything else, Apep makes eye contact with you, and you are thrust back into the chair, and it kind of like staggers, and you almost kind of like fall out of it for a second. And there's a large commotion. These things kind of happen in succession. Dr. Cienfuegos kind of like reaches out and says, "Are you okay?" And you see, I'm assuming, as you see kind of like, it happened in like a second, but you see Ren's eyes close, and then immediately their body spasms and almost like falls out of the chair. Are you reacting to get to them?
Yeah, I think I'm like immediately on my feet trying to like catch them if they're kind of like falling out of the chair.
Yeah. As you stand up to go get to Ren, you nearly collide with a young woman who's running into the med bay. And you narrowly dodge, and you get to Ren and like hold them up, and you hear a voice say, "Dad!" And you look up and you see a young woman in her mid-30s with brown hair kind of tied up in a messy bun, and a 4 or 5-year-old child run up behind her with bubblegum pink hair, kind of like grabbing her leg, and she just yells, "Pop, pop!" And that's where we're going to take our break.
You're a jerk, and I'm tearing up right now.
Thank you everyone who stuck with us. We are going to be back in about like 15, 16 minutes. So like 9:15 if you want to jump back in. We're very excited to see what happens in the second half of this session. We are trucking along at a good pace, so I'm excited. Feel free to, stand up, walk around, use the restroom, unclench your jaw, get a snack for snack check. Masha, it seems... No, it seemed like you had something to say.
No.
Okay. We appreciate y'all. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place, for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with the beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Huh? Oh, hi! I'm Cassie, and I'm dead. Well, okay, not really dead. Anymore, I think. It's a long story. A longer story than I really have time for right now. I've got something cooking, so just a quick introduction. And then I really need to go. What is there to tell, though? I died for a while. How I died is... it's unimportant. The important part is that my brother Alex and his friends brought me back. And when I got back, things were different. I think I'm a bit taller, I've got quite the appetite. Oh, and I can use magic. Maybe I should have led with that, huh? Well, I got there eventually. Now, I've joined up with the group, and I'm doing everything in my power to be a part of them. It's a long road, I know, but the world needs saving. And if I can help to keep it safe, then I have to at least try. I may not have full control of my power yet, but what's a little bit of chaos if it means saving the world, right? Right?
Yeah, I'll have the Zack Attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez, I didn't see you there. Hold on. Let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval. or you may know me by my old title, the Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to, stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no-good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
learned about a plant the other day that's phytoreactive, which means if you get the sap on you and then you're in the sun, you can get 2nd or 3rd degree burns,
Nice.
which is very cool.
Okay.
It's also very cool that it's right along the trail where I will be watching children,
Well, don't touch
and
it.
it's got bright yellow flowers.
Hmm.
So,
I mean, since when have children ever done something that put themselves in danger?
It's true.
exactly.
It's just why opening schools up was the smartest idea, since kids always wear masks when they're told to.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Like that's a thing.
It seems as though Masha has embraced her destiny.
She has. She came back and then
Mhm.
left. Oh, there she goes. She looks almost like a ghost in the background in those images. Like take that, clip it, and then kind of
Make it into like a negative sepia.
yeah,
shot.
or try and like turn down her
Opacity.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that would be a huge tracking mask, but it could be done.
It could be. It wouldn't be easy, but it's possible. Hello, Ghost Girl. Welcome back. You'll have to watch the VOD to understand why I'm calling you Ghost Girl.
Oh no.
Cool beans. Hello, we are back. For those who may be joining us again after the break, or actually, very quickly, do we want to do a snack check? I had quesadillas, but I ate them very quickly because I cannot eat while keeping.
I have cinnamon raisin swirl bread with like a caramel core.
Hell yeah.
That Trevor made by hand because that
Heck
man is
yeah.
a bread magician. I think it's the big muscles make it very easy for him to knead. Because when I try to make bread by hand, it hurts a lot.
That man should send the recipe in the Discord.
You hear that, Trevor?
Please.
I have a soda, which is not super great because I already have a lot of nervous energy, but I am tired, so I need caffeine, which is contrary to how I am acting. But I just fidget a lot.
Nice.
I have 3 things actually. I have hydrogen, oxygen. Oh no, I mixed them together. Oh.
Boo.
Wow, I think so. Anyway, Alex is dead.
You're not the keeper.
Yeah, I also
buy that.
have.
I'm the keeper now.
I also have a cup of chamomile tea, because even though I'm tired, if I have caffeinated tea, I won't sleep. Ever. And also, I have kisses for you guys. 4 of them. 1 for each of you. Just kidding, they're chocolate.
And they're for you.
No one's ever made that joke. Not ever. I was the first one.
I'm literally crying.
And the tears
right,
are
I
your
was.
snack, or
Yes.
understood. So where last we left off, Ren had been in the middle of a essentially kind of like a soft counseling session with Dr. Cienfuegos of Lyft in order to recall memories from the night before. During that time, Ren got a headache and felt drowsy, and suddenly their vision was thrust into Apophis within the Elapids base. And as they were taken out violently, Anne rushed to their help, but she almost collided with an unknown young woman in her mid-30s who ran into the med bay with a 4-year-old child in tow, yelling, respectively, Dad and Pop Pop. So, with that, Anne, what are you doing?
Chewing.
Fair
I
enough.
think that-
We can ask Ren if you want time.
No, and I think I'm imagining myself as kind of like half kneeling on the floor,
Mm-hmm.
like arms outstretched, like kind of holding on to Ren. And I think that I immediately like snap up my head and turn around and just try to get a good look at this woman who came in to see if she is who I think she is.
Yeah, she walks in and you see that she is wearing kind of like a khaki short sleeve shirt over kind of like a maroon tank top, and you see that she has a little necklace. You can't really tell like any details, but she has a necklace, and she's wearing jeans with kind of like comfortable loafers, and the daughter, again, bubblegum pink hair, maybe down to like basically the hair is down, like is completely down, and it stretches all the way almost to her kneecaps, like the back of her knees. It's very long, but every bit of it just like a shocking pink. And it takes you like a moment, and it actually helps that you have seen Teddy's wife, even if it was in a vision by the Elapids, but she is damn near a carbon copy, with the exception of her eyes, which look like Teddy's. And it is very weird to see Carol Franklin in the flesh after so long of Teddy like talking about her, and you see Carol kind of like run up to the bed and just immediately kind of like check his chart and just kind of like stare in shock at the missing arm that Teddy has. And she's kind of like holding June back, and Carol just kind of, she looks up and she says, and I think at that point when she looks up, she processes that like the doctor and yourself are kneeling over Ren, and her first statement is he okay?
My immediate response, I think, is, holy fuck, are you Teddy's daughter?
She kind of like gets a little wide-eyed, and she's like, and she kind of covers June's ears, and she's like, yes,
oh my gosh, I'm
Carol Franklin.
So sorry.
And June just kind of like,
Masha, forget there's a 4-year-old in the room.
June looks up at her mom and she says, she said the F word. And Carol says, yes, and we don't say that, right? And June just kind of like nods and just kind of like looks back at you, Anne, from like this weird spot where like the table, she's like ducking underneath the table to like look at you.
Do not leave this girl in a room alone with Cassie. Don't.
God.
Don't do it. At least when Cassie's feeling better, don't do it.
And I think that once the immediate shock has kind of abated, I am going to turn back to Ren and try to make eye contact with him and just be like, are you all right? What just happened?
And Ren is going to look you in the eyes and say, I'm fine. I get physical tics. Sometimes it's nothing to worry about. And they are trying to speak to you as honestly as possible, because something in their mind is like, I think Anne knows if people are lying, but they are lying to your face.
Yeah, I think in this moment, remembering that we are trying to get Ren medically cleared so he can just have a baseball bat and we can go fight bad guys, Anne is just like, okay, let's get you back in this chair, huh? And I think Anne, with her big old muscles that she totally still has, is gonna hoist Ren heartily back into the chair that they were sitting in. and stand up and like reach a hand out to try to shake Carol's and just say, I am so sorry for my foul language. I've heard a lot about you, and that must be June, right? I'm Anne. I know your father, and your grandpa. And Anne kind of like does like the adult like peer over head tilt thing that adults do to small children.
For sure. I think. Yeah. So there's. So I think once you get Ren back up onto the chair, Dr. Cienfuegos definitely kind of like approaches Ren and is like, he has like a flashlight in his hand and he's like, are you okay if I check very quickly to make sure you're okay?
And Ren is going to look over quickly at Anne, who does not appear to be concerned probably about, this doctor approaching Ren, because Anne is not adverse to doctors. And once Ren is like, oh, okay, Anne seems fine with this, so I'm going to be fine with this, but still kind of suspicious.
Sure. So do you consent?
Yep. Ren's like, yeah.
Once hearing the yeah very softly, Dr. Cienfuegos kind of like grabs your head and begins to like shine the light into your eyes to make sure you don't have a concussion or something along those lines, and just begins to kind of like poke and prod and like check heartbeat and things of that nature, trying to get a gauge medically of like what went down. Well, again, while this is happening, and Carol is hesitant at first, and then when you say when you say your name, she kind of like nods in recognition and shakes your hand, and she says, "I've my dad told me about," and she kind of looks at Ren about y'all, and aren't there more of you?
Yeah, everyone else is upstairs right now, and this is Ren. The situation with them is really complicated. Actually, Dr. Cienfuego, can you, actually, is there like just like a phone in Megan's office that he can call?
Yeah, there's like an open PA system / phone system, so you can just go to the phone that's on his desk and hit the extension.
Actually, I think I'll walk over to the phone instinctively and then turn back and just say, do you want them here? Do you want to meet them?
And Carol kind of like shakes her head for a moment. She says, I think, you see that she's kind of like processed a lot of information in the past minute or so. And so she's like, I would prefer a bit of time with my dad, if that's okay. At this point, Ren, you sense a presence to your left side, and you look, and June is standing like right next to you, and she's like, "Hi, I'm June."
Amazing. I love children.
You are currently still being examined by the doctor, so it's like, you say hi with like a tongue depressor on your tongue and like things of that nature.
Yeah. But Ren is going to try and like, while they are being, examined, be like, "Hi, June. I'm Ren. I like your hair. It's cool to meet someone else with dyed hair," and they show off their hair.
I like your hair too. And she kind of like reaches out to like touch the red.
And Ren lets her.
And she kind of like at that point is when probably Carol's like, or she says, "June, leave the man be, please. Come back over here." And June kind of like looks back and she's like, "I have to go."
And Ren's gonna give her a little wave and say, "It's okay. Maybe I'll see you later."
And she kind of like walks back over to the table, and and you see you're the closest, so you see June kind of like walk up and like stretch her arm really high to like get it onto the bed, and her hand kind of like grasps a little bit at empty space before grasping the last two fingers of Teddy's hand, and kind of like clutching them in her 4-year-old hand. And as soon as her fingers touch, or as soon as her hands touch the fingers, the heartbeat monitor goes beep, beep, a little bit faster than it was originally.
Oh no, we're good. Oh no, are we frozen?
No, we're not frozen.
I think
We're
No.
just all
Okay.
very quiet.
All right.
Chuck
Um,
bursts through the door with grenades. Teddy, it's time to go.
This is what you wanted. Yeah, I'm gonna
Teddy,
turn to
I'm
the
making a
doctor.
black hole.
Does it seem like the doctor is kind of finishing up with Ren?
Yeah, I think the doctor's kind of like the last thing he's doing is checking Ren's blood pressure probably. So he's got that little strap and it's kind of like,
Okay.
you know, pumping the and like reading the little gauge and things.
And Ren looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think brain no worky today. I think that Anne, recognizing that Carol wants a little bit of space, is going to just say, like, I'm gonna, like, Ren, once we're done here, we can just hop upstairs and tell the others, and maybe by that time it'll be okay for them to come down. I know that Chuck is gonna want to meet the family. No? I mean, Anne hasn't been there for any discussions between Chuck and Teddy, so.
Yeah, well, no. I don't know if Chuck's been there.
We'll go ahead and say,
Please explain. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think that Anne's intention is still going to be to take Ren to the armory, and then once they kind of get to the armory, I'm assuming there's another phone there, and then Anne will kind of ring up to everybody else, hoping that gives everybody upstairs a little, like, I hope it'll give Carol more time with Teddy before everybody else knows that she's there.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that yeah, the doctor kind of like looks up and he sees the two of you and he says, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, Ren seems perfectly fine health-wise. I don't know what that episode was. Are you okay, Ren? What happened?
Yeah, just a physical tick. I get them sometimes. I, just can't sit still for too long, and sometimes my brain just makes me move violently. Not violently. I'm not violent. I'm not a violent person. Sometimes I just spaz out, kind of. Everything's fine.
It's okay.
That's why I don't want a gun. I just, things
Sure.
happen sometimes.
Okay, no, that's fair. We'll go ahead. We don't really have time to continue the evaluation now that Miss Franklin's here. So let me go ahead and walk the two of you over to the armory, because he looks at Anne. He's like, I'm not sure if you have the clearance for it yet, but I can open that up for the two of you.
That would be great.
And is there anything that y'all want to say to Carol or June before leaving the med bay?
Ren's just gonna wave at June.
You see that at this point, Carol has pushed a chair around for June to kind of like sit in, and June is like using it to prop herself up and kind of like sit on the bed, and she just kind of like offers like a small wave as you leave, still holding onto Teddy's hand. and Carol just kind of like scoots up another chair to his other side and is just kind of like has a hand on his chest. And that's the last. That's the last image you see of them before you leave the medbay. Medbay is on the first floor. Armory is on the second floor. So y'all take the stairs. You see that Dr. Cienfuegos is doing high knees all the way up the stairs. And once you get to the armory, you do see that there is like kind of like a little like a keypad almost. And you see Dr. Cienfuegos like take out oh my god, I keep forgetting words, a lanyard from underneath his shirt that has like a pale white key card, and kind of like taps it to the fob in order for it to unlock. And you see him push this large metal door inward, and inside, illuminated by like kind of like emergency lighting, so it's like very red and dark, very serious. There is just racks on racks on racks on racks on racks of different types of artillery, guns, boxes full of ammunition. Whatever y'all want to take as weapons, you can. However, I will say, Ren, you do notice that there's definitely a lack of the type of weapon that you're looking for, whether it's a bat or a sword or anything of that nature. It's a lot of firearms, and let's see. This would be a good time to use the crit rolls, like luck rule, but or the lucky roll.
Figure it out eventually.
Yeah, but we will say that. Is there something in specific that you're looking for?
Ren is basically looking for not a gun. They do not want to wield a gun. They do not know how to use a gun. So basically, when I was going through looking at mundane weapons, I chose pocket knife and baseball bat, but that can be flavored differently, or they can get that later. Bonus points if there's a skateboard, because as the mundane they get a mode of transportation, and I chose skateboard for them.
Hell
Because
Nice.
that's cool.
Yeah,
Ren
definitely.
is a skater boy.
Ren's a skater boy.
He was a skater boy. She said,
I think Ren would have enjoyed that song, but I don't think they were in their brain for it.
Oh no.
Fair
When
enough.
was it released?
I don't know. That's what I'm looking at right now.
If it's 2021 and the incident with
Man.
Apophis happened 20
It's
years ago.
2002.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2002.
Damn, just missed it.
Yeah, just missed it. Anywho, yes. So we'll say that you find you definitely find a pocket knife. I feel like that's pretty easy enough to find in just kind of like the utilities box. Yeah, sure. You find a bat. It's like tucked away in a barrel full of like those, for some reason, like, you know, those they're like old hand grenades, essentially, like the ones that like are on the sticks. And you reach in and you pull out the bat, and it's kind of like it's a very nice kind of aluminum bat. You feel like it's good probably for hitting humans, as far as you can judge. And yeah,
Ren turns to Anne and says, looks like someone couldn't find the utility closet, or the equipment room, I guess. And like show Anne their bat.
okay. And what are you? It's okay. What are you looking for weapon wise? Like, what are you hoping to swap out?
So I think I might actually hold off on swapping out, but I think that I would like to return to the rest of the team, see if they've like, you know, and kind of go from their info, and then come back to the armory and potentially use deal with the agency, my move to like have extra gear
Oh,
for
okay.
like the rest of the mystery, perhaps. So, you know, like in addition to the SMG, like maybe a grenade launcher if that seems like it would be useful, or, you know, we're gonna want to like pack something out that's gonna be helpful. So
Gotcha. Okay.
I hesitate to switch this weapon now because I don't know if anyone will allow me to switch it out again in the future, and I feel like the situations where a grenade launcher is useful, well, it's all of them, just depending on how much stuff that you want to maintain the integrity of.
Right.
A grenade launcher is basically the modern equivalent of the spell Fireball.
It's as useful
Yeah.
as a bleach bomb that one might carry around a town. You
In
never
a
know.
plastic bag.
Complete insane person would do that, though.
So yes, I'll say that. Yeah, like if you want to come back later, you can. As long as there's not like a pressing matter. Y'all have made no moves to leave the lift headquarters yet, so there's still time. Okay, I think at this point we'll jump back to, as Anne and Ren are making their way back to the group, we'll jump back to Chuck, Alex, Cassie, and what are y'all doing?
I guess we were finishing up our research.
Yes, I still have one question yet to be answered due to the circumstances I'm in. But I guess Chuck and Cassie meet back up with Alex in the office.
Yes, that's right, because you were in the library.
Yes, we were in the library. Discovered that he is not making weather; he is taking weather.
Okay, then that's actually a really great question. While the two of you are in the library, Alex, are you still investigating things?
I mean, I feel like he wouldn't have stopped at that point. Like, I feel like he would absolutely still be.
Would you like to make another investigate the mystery roll?
Sure, I can do that. Not quite boxcars, but it's pretty close. That is going to be 11.
Okay. Yeah, so once again, you get hold 2. You can ask what happened here, what sort of creature is it, what can it do, what can hurt it, where did it go, what was it going to do, what is being concealed here. And from the phenomena, you can do how is this phenomenon doing this, what could fix it, cure it, slow it down, how far does the effect reach, what will be affected next. I'll say for the sake of this, any of the investigate the mystery questions, if you want to flavor for the situation, just let me know how you want to flavor it, and I will accommodate as best as possible.
Let me see.
Do I hear a frog in somebody's room?
Yeah, no, it's outside of my house. It's
Man, you
Was
got
it?
very,
trains and frogs?
yeah, they're very, very
They're
loud.
frogs?
Nice.
Yeah, they're very,
I
very,
was trying to
very,
figure
very,
out what that
very,
was.
very loud. Yeah, like so. Whenever I press the button, you're gonna hear them. That's why I'm on push to talk right now, because they've decided to be
How do
vocal
you
tonight.
sleep when
Uh,
there's green?
It's like a headspace.
Sleep. That's funny.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You got me there.
Oh man. All right, let's see.
We'll go ahead and say, while you are shuffling through these papers, we'll say, like, you know, you've got like a semicircle of papers like around you that you've been taking out of boxes and trying to organize, that Anne and Ren get back to the office. And also, Megan, we'll say that 4 hours have now passed, and Megan is back in the office with slight bedhead, kind of just like trying to tamp it down with her hands. Another fresh cup of coffee in her hand.
And Ren walks in the room and says, "It's the first time I've ever passed a mental health assessment," and gives finger guns, and then just kind of puts their head in their hands, and just is like, "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That's a weird thing to say."
I mean, congratulations, I guess.
I got a
Alex is
bat.
from the floor, like looking at the paper on their own.
I have an important lore question about Ren, which is that would their vocabulary be limited to like the popular lingo that was around in like the late 90s? Because they've been like kind of around, so like they would probably know some modern lingo, but I feel like most of what they would have maintained is like
Yep, I have a page open right now on my Google that's 90s slang. I wasn't alive in the 90s.
Oh boy.
good. Okay, very good.
So,
I appreciate the immersion that you are bringing to the
Yeah.
table.
I don't want to say like half of these things.
Yeah, because they're terrible, aren't
Yes.
they?
Yeah, they're all
give us-
terrible.
Give us a little piece. Give us the worst one on the list.
RP it.
I think my least favorite to say out loud is getting jiggy.
Oh
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
That one's real
Get jiggy
awful.
with it.
All that in a bag of chips is also pretty bad.
Nice.
I still hope people say that.
I
Oh,
also still hear people say that.
this is true.
All that in a bag of chips. What does it even mean? All that and all that and a bottle of nope.
So
It's also-
Oh my god. I think
Grandma.
as we come in and Ren says
Okay.
that, Anne immediately turns to like those who are kind of actively poring over papers and just says, have you guys found anything valuable?
Alex, as she says that, do you have any question that you'd like to ask?
So, I just don't know what information they would have available. So my question again is, I mean, I guess this is kind of similar to Chris's question, but what is being concealed here
Mm-hmm.
in trying to find out what is their plan this time? Like, are they like they don't need to summon Apophis anymore? Like, is there a way for us to know what their plan is, or at least try to piece it together or something? Like, I know that that's the point of the whole mystery, so you're not going to give me all of the answers, but
Mhm.
like, is there anything we can eliminate from things that they're doing?
I will say that as you were combing through, what you have been organizing in front of you has been a list of missing persons reports over the course of the past 7 days. And each one is heavy. You know, a lot of them are like terrible stories about, you know, kids who ran away from home, or people who people have reported missing. But out of the stacks, 13 have stood out to you. Many of them, a good chunk of them, were homeless people with diagnosed mental illnesses, while the other ones were, you know, seemingly out of nowhere. The thing that kind of ties them all together is that in the times at which they were taken, small storm systems had been registered in their areas. Everywhere else, every other missing persons report is from a different location, but these are the ones that had those attached. The outlier to you is the 13th missing persons report. It is heavily redacted, almost to the point to where the only thing that it tells you was it was a man in his kind of in his like late 60s, early 70s, who lived in Rhode Island, and that they were reported missing maybe 2 or 3 days ago. Every other missing persons report is, all of their information is there. Basically, nothing is redacted except for this 13th one. You can probably deduce that over the course of the past 7 days, your mind goes back to when the Elder Elapid appeared to you all outside Yellow Birch and told you that they'd had enough time, that they were just buying time. You get the sense that they had been heavily tracking down other possible pieces of Apophis and abducting them.
I will save my other hold for now because I feel like of the questions that I might have, it's not going. I don't know. Like a lot of it has to do with the inner workings of the people, like of the Elapids. So like, if I can think of anything specific, I'll ask it. But otherwise, I'm just gonna hold on to that hold so I don't hold the game up.
Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to. I'll say at this point, Chuck and Cassie, you have come back from the library with your information. So everyone is reunited.
Okay, he's stealing the weather.
What?
I'm sorry?
So you know how, like, Cassie makes lightning? He's not doing that. He's taking the lightning.
I'm not a meteorologist, but that seems bad. It's already bad,
Yeah, it's already bad, but now this adds a whole thing because so essentially what he's doing is taking all the storms from around the world and all like the clouds and stuff and actively like condensing them all into this one area to create the storm.
It is all centered around the Book of the Evening as well. That artifact itself is what is causing this to happen.
You hear a clacking of a keyboard, and Megan turns her computer screen and shows the exact NORAD screen that Chuck had been able to pull up in the library with the help of Danielle. And you see those storm systems like all beginning to kind of like from all across the world just like cycle into that spinning pattern of the storm surrounding Memphis.
I just still don't really understand why. I mean, is it just part of bringing about the apocalypse?
They seem to have been gathering people, kidnapping them. I'm assuming that it has a lot to do with the gathering the pieces of Apophis, or the ones that they assume to be such pieces.
I think the two ideas I have are either the storm is just meant to keep us out, or it's directly tied to the ritual.
I mean, the longer we wait, it seems like the worse it's gonna get, but we still don't know what to do when we get there.
I mean, we could. If you get your hands on one of the pieces, you could put it in your little vacuum space. And therefore he doesn't have it anymore and he can't complete the ritual without all the pieces, right?
I mean, I have no idea what the ritual is like.
Well, there's only one person who... Well, I guess there's two possible people who'd know. And I don't know if one of them really has all their memories intact and one of them is sort of passed out in the hospital room downstairs.
Yeah. Speaking of, I didn't mention it right away, because I wanted there to be some privacy, but Carol and June are down there with Teddy.
Ew.
do you have a problem with them?
I don't have a
And-
problem with
and-
them.
Friend's kind of laughing.
Just awkward.
It was just it came as a surprise to me. I never thought I'd meet either of them. But
I
I was
did
really
notice
hoping I wouldn't.
that I did notice that when June took Teddy's hand, his heart rate strengthened. So whether you like them here or not, I guess it seems like it's good for him. But
He's very dramatic like that.
Look who's talking.
dramatic or not, I guess we need him awake to understand the equation. I guess. I mean, I wish I could have just, I don't know, fed that guy to the alligators at the Bass Pro Shops when I had the chance. Would have made everything a lot simpler.
I mean, I tried. It didn't work.
I know
Yeah,
we
well-
all tried. It just.
Too late to look. Take it from me, you'll have a lot of time to regret every single decision you've ever made. So let's get going on stopping that list from increasing.
Yeah, or I mean, you either have a lot of time or the world will end, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Megan
I
will
guess
say, or she'll kind of say out to the group, I did invite Carol and her daughter to come because they're Teddy's closest next of kin. So I figured that they would want to be here in case things, turn for the worse at all.
Do we think they're going to turn for the worse?
No, but in the case that they did, I wouldn't want them to not be here. Does this mess up your plans? Do we have any plans?
I mean, the grenades in the van are still a solid option.
And I've got a baseball bat now, and Ren throws the baseball bat up and it flips in the air and they catch it.
Yeah. Let's go see if Teddy's awake yet.
So let's get that. But get the van ready.
Megan's already out the room.
Perfect.
So, are y'all heading back down? Is there? Are you heading back down to see Teddy? Is there anything else that y'all are wanting to do?
I'm just heading down to see Teddy.
Okay. So yeah, given enough time, you all head down to the med bay and you walk into the scene. Everyone who wasn't there beforehand, you all see Carol and June still at Teddy's bedside. Teddy's still unresponsive. The two of them kind of look up as everyone kind of files in, and Carol seems a little bit more managed. Her eyes do seem a little puffy, as if she's been crying. And when Chuck walks in, Carol's eyes immediately glue onto Chuck, and she kind of stands up and she kind of looks at you, Chuck, and she says, I never thought I'd actually meet you in person. And she extends a hand and she says, I'm Carol.
Good times. Good times. Awkward. I think Chuck just shakes her hand.
Chuck,
very daintily,
like a limp hand.
Yeah,
yeah, you shake your hand and Carol kind of wraps her hand around your hand and grasps
no.
it with the other and shakes it and holds it tight. And Chuck, with your very perceptive senses, you sense a presence to your right hand side. You turn, you don't
No.
see anything until you look down, and
No.
June's just looking up at you, and she like looks at her mom, and she like has a question in her eyes, and the mom just kind of like nods, and she looks back at you, and she says,
No.
"Are you the silencer?"
No. And then he walks over to Teddy's bed.
You walk over and stand next to Teddy, and sure enough, you still sense that small presence next to your left side. And you just like, June is just like right next to you, like eyes wide, looking up at you, nonstop.
Do you want something?
Can I get your autograph?
Do you have a pen? Do you have like something for me to sign?
June kind of like reaches back, and Carol kind of like pulls out like a tissue and like a shitty
Okay.
Bic pen, and kind of like hands it to
Okay,
June,
perfect.
and June kind
This
of
is
like,
gonna be very uncomfortable. Chuck puts the napkin on the child's head and starts like using it as like a writing surface.
No.
wait, you're writing on June's hand or the napkin?
The napkin.
Okay.
Hand or head?
Head.
Yeah.
That seems
He's,
like the
He's
most
he's
solid
using it as the
surface.
table.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly like this.
June's
thank you.
June's smile never leaves her face.
Chuck writes on the card. Fuck the police. Chuck Duval.
Carol, seeing what you have written, before June can grab it, she like immediately takes it. She's like, "I'll hold on to it, honey," and like puts it like into a purse that she has. And
Chuck gives
June's
her
like,
the devil's card. Oh my god, that'd be so bad.
and June
Make a deal with the devil, hun.
and June kind of like looks very sad for a second, but then like looks up back at Chuck, and she's like, I have so many questions. I mean, you're a hero. Yeah, no, that's what my grandpa told me. All the you took out all the bad guys. You silenced them. And she does the little pose that I'm doing right now.
Okay, yeah, no, I never did that one. I never did the pose. No.
You don't do the pose? Grandpa always
Mom-
did it with the pose.
Well, he does a lot of poses, doesn't he? No, I mean, yeah, I'm like a superhero kind of guy.
You see her eyes. They do the Steven Universe like star.
Might want to get that checked. That seems like a medical issue.
Dr. Cienfuegos
Yeah.
is like, medical issue?
Yeah. Yes, take her.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's me. I like a superhero. I got the whole secret name, alternate identity. Don't tell anyone, or I will find you. And so, yeah, that's me. I killed all the bad guys
And she's just nodding.
except for the Republicans. Be careful.
And June is just nodding. She's just nodding in pure adulation. And I will say that while this conversation is going, Carol is essentially introducing herself to the rest of the group and saying like, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Carol Franklin. Nice to meet you." And she reaches out for Alex's hand.
He'll shake it.
And then Cassie. And she just kind of like steps back and she's like, what happened? And she just kind of like gestures to Teddy on the bed.
Well, that is a difficult question to answer without knowing what you know already.
And you see Carol kind of like steps back and pulls June away from Chuck and like covers her ears again. And she says, I know that monsters go bump in the night, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, a monster went bump in the night. I guess it depends. So, he lost his arm for the first time.
For the first time?
Yeah. Listen, you wanted to know what happened, so I'm telling you what happened. And Alex proceeds to tell her what happened.
Cool.
I'm not going to give a summary of our entire second part of the first season.
Yeah, no, you're
but
good.
he does.
If you would
tell
like
her
to, please check us our YouTube channel.
Yeah, he gives her a link to the
TurnTables
YouTube and just
Yeah.
check it out later.
Yeah, once you quickly catch Carol up. Excuse me. She kind of takes June and sits down with June in her lap, no longer holding her ears. And she just kind of shakes her head and she says, God damn it. I knew this would I knew he'd end up like this.
That's what he said too.
And Carol just kind of thank you all for looking after him, and shame on you for not stopping him. And she just kind of like buries her face in her hands in anger, frustration. June just kind of like looks at her worriedly, and once again kind of like puts her arms on the bed and reaches out and grabs Teddy's hand. And this time you all hear, instead of saying pop pop, she says abuelito, which is grandfather in Spanish. And at that moment, the monitor beep, 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 beeps, and you watch Teddy kind of like stir a little bit in the bed, and his eyes open slightly, and you hear him say, What's the matter, Junebug? And June looks up and immediately gets a very angry look on her face, just like you have not seen this 4-year-old child like actually process the emotion anger. But their face gets all scrunched up and they say, everything's matter. And there's a pause, except energy. And June starts laughing and Teddy starts laughing too, chuckling while in the bed, and he just nods and he says, that's my girl. And June kind of like yells pop pop and scrambles onto the bed and kind of like latches onto the upper torso of Teddy. And Teddy kind of like groans and looks up at the rest of you and he says, oh shit, am I interrupting my wake?
Nope, just the end of the world.
Oh.
Honestly, though,
Weeks
it was
next
going to be
week.
very nice. I got you a nice coffin. I didn't know what wood you prefer. I just got oak because I assumed you didn't want anything fancy.
Well, Chuck, don't. And Teddy kind of looks up at you and he he gives you kind of like a pained smile, and he says, "Don't go returning that coffin just yet."
Okay, well that's kind of seems like a weird thing to say in front of your granddaughter, but okay.
Because the bad guys are gonna need it.
Oh, okay.
Oh man. Yeah, so Teddy's awake now.
Perfect.
As best as possible. He's still bedridden, and immediately, like, you all see, like, almost from the bed wasn't pushed up against any wall, so the back curtain kind of like whips open, and Dr. Cienfuegos is there with like all his instruments, and he's just kind of like checking vitals from like the top of the bed, trying to work around the 4-year-old child. But you all watch.
I imagine is like, what's this? What's that? Ooh, do me. Like, start like grabbing all the things and like trying to put them in her ears and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the doctor's definitely strong enough to like pull June up and take her off, but he's not going to. And Carol has not moved from her position where her head is still buried in her hands. What's everyone doing?
Teddy, I know that this is not the right time, but I don't think that we have any to spare. The equation that you gave the Elapids, what does it do? We obviously all had the sneaking suspicion that this is all their fault, and we've basically confirmed it now, but don't know how to stop it, so any information would be good.
You see Teddy kind of like, he rests one of his one hand on June's head and just kind of like buries his fingers into her bubblegum pink hair, and he says, I mean, I don't know how the equation translated into a magical spell, but I can tell you I did give them the wrong variable when they forced it out of me. It's just that I don't. The problem was the first time I got the variable wrong, it led to a cave-in of their base, and this time around I don't really know what's going on. And we'll say, for the sake of it, you update Teddy on what you have learned about the storm system and things of that nature, because he was unconscious for all that. So at the end of that, Teddy kind of sits quiet for a moment, staring at the ceiling, and he says, "Well, it looks like," and he quickly like wraps one bicep around June's head and covers the other side with his hand, and he says, "It looks like the universe is shit in my oatmeal again." And he looks at you all and he says, "The storm's the variable. The equation that I gave them was, they're trying to put chaos into an equation when in physics terms or even in mathematical terms you can't actually pinpoint it. It's not something that's calculable. It's erratic, random. That's the whole point. So they took my chaos symbol and they interpreted it as a storm, because it's probably the most chaotic thing that we have on planet Earth. From what you're telling me about how big this damn thing is, if this is a storm system of this magnitude that's being fueled by magic, it doesn't matter if they complete the ritual or not. If anything goes wrong with it, we're looking at devastation throughout the entire northern hemisphere, at least. It's that big. That's how much we're talking about here. We haven't even gotten any cold winds from the north or the south yet. That's gonna bring freezing temperatures, snow. It's gonna be a real shit show. Oh shit! And he again tries to cover up June's ears. And for the first time, you all hear Carol address her father. And she just kind of looks up and rests her chin on her hands, and she says, "So this is what you've been doing?" And Teddy looks at her and he says, "Carol, I've only tried to do what I could." And she just kind of like cuts him off with like her hands, and she stands up and leaves the room. And
You're just gonna leave her kid there, or
with her grandfather? Sure.
Ren was trying to make a joke
new best friend
to
Ren.
ease tension.
I think that's the first time that Teddy clocks you, Ren. And while holding his granddaughter, he just like looks at you and he says, "Dude, Apophis, are you okay?"
And Ren kind of gives an awkward smile and says, "Hi, I not Apophis anymore. I'm Ren. Apophis lived in my head for a bit, and when he went to when he tried to save you, I guess they took the snake part of him / me, and now I'm me. It's very confusing. Basically, I'm not Apophis. My name's Ren. Used to be Apophis. Strange times. It's been strange, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, your snake person is gone for now. But I've got a baseball bat."
As soon as you mentioned that Apophis like gave themselves up, Teddy kind of like closes his eyes and like his head hits the pillow, and everyone can see like a visible frustration on his face, and he just kind of like takes a deep breath and like lets it go, and then looks up and he says, "It's good to meet you, Ren. I'm Teddy. Excuse me if I don't get up to shake your hand."
And Ren laughs awkwardly and says, "I still kind of know you. I know. I don't quite know. How. I know you, but I know how Apophis feels about you, sort of, or felt about you, and so I kind of feel the same way about you. I guess. It's confusing. You just woke up. I'm glad you're awake."
I'm sure it is. He kind of kisses the top of June's head and says, "Junebug, can you give me a little bit of breathing room?" And she like looks up and just kind of like rolls to the side so that she's like laying next to him in the bed, but like not grasping his torso. And she just kind of begins playing with like a piece of her hair, probably. Teddy kind of looks at the rest of you and he says, "So, what's the plan? What are we doing?"
Well, I guess we know what what one of the bigger problems is at this point. If the ritual is likely not to work, then the storm is one of the biggest problems we need to take care of. But unfortunately, the storm is being caused by the Book of the Evening. So
it's the book's like a lightning rod.
I suppose so. Um, the findings are that this is caused by some sort of powerful artifact or spellbook, eh, or spellbook, and I can't think of anything else that fits that quite as well. Especially with the way that we saw the Elder Elapid wielding the storm with the book.
Right. So we're gonna go in and I don't know, get the book, destroy the book, destroy the base. What's
No, we are going
Alex? You can't leave me out of.
And what are you going to do? Wave your nub at them?
Ah, once the doc,
Ouch!
once the doctor clears me, I can get the arm back
Once
on.
the
It's
doctor-
not too hard. It's
once-
not broken.
I don't think
Once-
we have time.
Yeah,
to
once the
leave.
doctor
I'm sorry.
clears you, the entire northern hemisphere is going to be covered in ice and snow, and it's going to be like that one movie that came out forever ago.
Day after tomorrow?
That's the one.
Oh right, with
Well,
Dennis
that's probably
Quaid.
less. That's
Yeah.
probably more time than we have. But I still don't know what we're going to do. I mean, do I just run up to the Elder Elapid and smack the book out of his hand? Like,
I tried that once actually. That is the thing that I tried, and it didn't work.
yeah, he's not gonna let any of us get anywhere near him.
Well, if you
So-
do, and I think that a good backup plan for if anything happens is to grab the book and then put it in your little hidey hole, because hopefully he doesn't have access to that. If you do happen to grab the book, wouldn't be the worst idea ever.
I mean, I got this new baseball bat. And heard the company softball game isn't till next month, so I'm down to get some practice in. And he kind of swings it like half-heartedly.
Does the bat blow up or something, or have magic powers?
No, it's just a baseball bat.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Wait,
see-
I'm sorry. Ren, you don't have any of your powers.
Not that I can tell. It's not been a very long time since I've been Ren, so I'm kind of a little bit at a loss for what I can and cannot do. But I am but a mortal being, and he kind of does a little flourish, and so I don't have big fists made of beetles. I'm just a regular dude. Just a regular dude.
Right. So by that standpoint, and he looks again at Alex. He says, by that standpoint, you're gonna need all the hands you can get, even if it's just one more.
So you're going to tell June and your daughter that you're going to leave again.
As soon as you say that, June looks up at Teddy and he's like, she said, "You're going?" And
Yeah,
Teddy's eyes just kind of like go up, and he like stares daggers at Alex, and he looks down at June and he says, "We're talking about it, sweetheart. They're my friends and they're in trouble, and I don't want to let them be in trouble by themselves." And June kind of like nods as if she understands, the gravity of the situation, and she just says, "Friends are important." And Teddy kind of like sets his head back.
Teddy, you really just stay here.
No, you don't get to say that to me, Chuck.
Well, too bad. Looks like I'm saying it. What you gonna do about it?
Teddy's hand kind of like snaps out and like grabs the bottom of your shirt.
Oh no, not my shirt.
And like he can't really reach much more, right? Because he's like stuck in a bed and his daughter's like right next to him and stuff
exactly.
like that. But he grabs your shirt and he looks up at you and he says, "You don't get to say that to me, Chuck."
Well, really, how could such a hero like the Silencer need any backup? Do you not think that I could do it myself?
June, still playing with her hair, kind of pipes up and she says, "Well, Grandpa was your backup."
Yeah, I got like 5 other guys now.
Yeah, but there's only one him.
Exactly. That's why I'd rather he stay behind.
And Teddy kind of like roughly like lets go of the shirt and sits just lays in the bed visibly angry at everyone who has said that he should stay. And he says, I would like some time with my granddaughter, please.
Cool. You have fun. See you later, partner.
Well then, suppose now isn't the best time for a joke, huh?
You're gonna do a little quip.
Yeah.
Do a little. Give.
Here's the thing about it. Hey, Chuck. Let's pretend for just a second that the roles were reversed, and you were the one in the hospital bed.
Uh-huh.
And we all decided to leave and go and do the thing that we needed to do.
Uh-huh.
How long would you stay in that hospital bed before you broke your way out, stole a vehicle, and chased us down?
Well, if he wants to do that, he can.
Yeah, well,
I'm just telling him. Also, slightly different context situation. There's no reason to protect me. It's like trying to save a very overripe banana.
Sure, but
There's no
again,
saving it. Maybe try to make some bread.
this whole situation is reversed, though, Chuck. Let's say
Uh-huh.
Let's say that Teddy is the one with the deal and you aren't. You're the one with the family. How long would you stay?
If I had a family, I wouldn't be here.
Chuck, that's not the point that I'm trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean is that it doesn't matter what we tell Teddy to do. He's going to do what he wants to do anyway. Apophis may have been the god of chaos, but we're all chaotic. Every single one of us has done things that defy logic in every single way. And he will too. And he's the smartest one here. He built a bomb out of bleach.
Oh yeah, that's his crazy thing. Again, though.
I'm glad he didn't take that with him. As much as I appreciate this conversation, whether Teddy comes or not, we still don't have a plan at all.
Like what are you looking for?
We have nothing. Are we just gonna... And, looks at June and is just like, what are we gonna do? Are we just gonna barge in there?
I think that's all we can do, right?
But it didn't work before. How is it gonna work now?
Or, what if we set the trap?
I don't think they're moving, are they?
Well,
besides,
what if they have a reason to?
Are y'all still having this conversation in the medbay?
I guess.
I imagine. So.
I think Dr. Cienfuegos is going to take the bed and just going to take it off to the side and shunt the curtains, which makes it even more frustrating because Teddy's right there and he can hear what you're all saying, but he can't do anything about it.
Oh, I mean, I'm still intending on having Teddy be part of this conversation.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trying to keep him out of it. It's more just
it's why Cassie started it here.
So do you want to stop the doctor when he begins to pull Teddy away?
Cassie sits on the bed.
Okay. The doctor just kind of
I think I'll just be like, is there anyone else in the hospital section of this?
No.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna be like, we can move him if we need him. It's fine.
I'll give you all the room, or I'll give you the room, but I'm gonna be pretty close by in case anything happens.
I mean, that's fine. I assume Lift will find out about our plans
Mhm.
one way or another.
Yeah.
I don't.
Quick
I
thing
feel
though.
like I shouldn't be speaking for the group, though. I'm kind of new here.
Well, you're all fine.
Got here.
Do
Hey, I'm not the new guy anymore.
Congratulations. Quick thing though about the whole plan thing. Have like in recent memory, has any of our plans ever in any adventure we've been not just we're going to walk in and fight the thing?
Yeah, and it only works because we have like plot armor or something.
You also had a physically armored snake person who is now gone, and
That
now
is
you've
true.
got a
That is
squishy little
factual.
mortal.
Yeah, and you also had a divine being who could just teleport you out of danger, and now you don't. I hate to break it to you.
Was it plot armor, or was it more of like, can we get character art that fast? Realistically.
Yeah.
I mean,
Listen,
what's the difference?
I forced you to get character art that quick.
It's true.
No.
Actually, you know what? Right. Dustin has totally negated that. So,
So really, if we all die, it's Dustin's fault.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm just saying because legitimately, what other like? Because I'm trying to think of like, oh, if we had so and so variable, we could go like none of us know magic, none of us can cast a counter spell to stop everything.
Well, that's rude.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, forgot that you do that. Mostly you just destroy things, so I don't really think of you as like the whole like I'm going to do complex rituals to stop other magic. I mean, if you have an idea of how you would do that, that's a start.
We could try destroying the book.
See, but again, that just goes back to the thing of like we can't just run in there and start fighting things. I'm just saying that because that's been presented. I myself
I'm
am
saying-
I myself am totally okay with us getting in there and just try. And the book is the target, and we either destroy it or Anne puts it in her little locker.
I do have a little locker. I'm
Okay.
changing the name of the move to little
So
locker.
I appreciate this. Yes. Hey, Anne, where did you get that power again?
My superior. I got it from my superiors, but I still have it.
Right. Right. Exactly. You got it from your superiors. And who is it that wants Apophis to end the world again?
Do we know that canonically? I don't remember what has been disclosed.
I think
Yeah.
we know it canonically.
Okay.
I think it. Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember what has been revealed to us and what has not been revealed to us.
We do now specifically because Anne explained that's why
Yes.
she's no
Okay.
longer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. Yes. Sorry. My bad. Yes.
From
In
what
the
I
last-
understand about Apophis, a whole lot of people wanted him to end the world.
Yeah.
Right.
So
But
again,
what I mean is, if they gave her the power, what's to say they don't have the power to reach into the same dimension and steal it back and give it back to the people who are actually doing the thing they want them to do?
I guess we could see that, but I think so. I think the main plan is to try to destroy the book, because from
Yes.
what we understand, it's not like the book itself is not like invincible, right? Like we can destroy the book. It's not like it's specifically just a book with magic information. It's not a magic book.
I mean, unless
Unless the Elapids have cast a spell on it, which was I feel like it's
exactly.
cheating.
Well, I tried shooting at it. It didn't seem to do much damage to it. That said, a grenade launcher?
Or grenade launcher. We also have a magic person who
I
specializes in blowing up things with magic.
I found fire to be extremely effective against books.
You do a lot of book burning?
Not frequently.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Okay.
Not
mean,
anymore.
I just,
Is that not
was trying
cool
to-
anymore?
yeah. Sorry,
So
that
we-
was
That's
thought
what we were
I
doing in
thought
the
we'd
2000s.
do that.
Wait until Ren hears about D&D and falls back into like the 80s satanic panic.
No. Okay, so does anyone, just to clarify, are we all okay with the we go in and fight our way until we get the book? Or are we looking for a specific different plan? Because on one hand, if we had, say, the ability to teleport, then maybe I would do a more strategic plan than just rush in.
I mean,
Well, again, go on, Teddy.
no, it's okay. It's okay, Cassie.
I was just wondering. I mean, we could get them to come out. Going into their headquarters sounds. I mean, I'd like to zap that many people with lightning, but could we actually make it through that many people? And what's to keep the head guy from just leaving?
I mean,
Yeah, he can just do that.
right, but if he's
We can't just do nothing.
if he's the one who has the book, and the book is the anchor for the storm, he's not gonna. This is it. He's not gonna try. I don't know. He's gunning to end. If we show up, he's arrogant enough to where he's not. He's gonna send his goonies after us before he doesn't see us as a threat. And Teddy kind of like shifts up, and he's like, Doc, can you please, and he like the Dr. Cienfuegos comes up and he kind of like adjusts the bed so that he's like sitting upright rather than just laying down. And June kind of like brings her knees up and holds them up to her chest. He's like, he's not gonna, if he tries to leave, we can deal with that in the moment, but this is the only chance we have. It's now or never, or else hundreds, thousands, millions are going to be displaced, their worlds shattered, their homes ruined, families separated, people dead.
And we can't just wait for them to come to us. We've been here for, a couple of hours, and they have the power to send people after us, and it's been silent. We can't just wait forever.
Yeah, and we don't have anything that they would want.
Well, that's not exactly true.
What do you
mean?
Everybody says it at the exact same time,
Mm-hmm.
except Alex, who just kind of like.
even June says it.
Oh no, Groovy.
Oh, bye, Groovy.
Oh, Groovy.
That's fine.
Goodbye, Groovy.
Well,
I was like, wait, Groovy's left, but I can still hear the frogs?
that's
I know.
Foley.
But my brain was like, oh, yeah, that's part of the background noise now.
There's Foley work. Well, how can I put this? This is going to look weird, but I just need you to trust me. And she starts lifting up her shirt.
Whoa.
Teddy goes to put his one hand over June's face, and June just kind of like.
But she just lifts it to like just above her her belly button, and she waves her other hand across it, and the glamour fades, and the gemstone is visible to the rest of you for the first time. Surprise?
God.
Cassie, you can't be serious.
Well,
I don't think you're supposed to have that.
yeah. You think so?
Weird piercing.
Anna's gonna reach out and touch it.
Ew. It's cold.
Cassie giggles.
Is
Like
Um,
she,
Oh, can you feel through it?
I don't
hate
know.
that.
Mars, can you feel through it?
Cassie's doing it regardless.
Okay.
She's pranking anyway.
We'll say
Um,
that
Assumed you like
the
sort of could.
the crystal feels like warm to the touch. And as your fingers actually like hit it, it almost I don't have it on unfortunately, but it's almost like one of those like plasma balls,
ball.
and a little arc of electricity kind of like sticks to your finger from the depths of the crystal.
So remember how you always wondered why I'm always hungry?
Oh, Cassie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What,
Well,
I mean, what part are you?
I don't know intrinsically, but if I had to guess, the stomach, the guts. I mean,
That tracks.
yeah. I used to be a lot more fearful of certain things, but it definitely has gone away. Or at least I'm not as hesitant as I used to be. Alex noticed right away and asked me what was up, and so he found out about it pretty early on. But I asked him not to tell anyone because, I mean, that would just add more of a target on us.
At this point, Megan steps into the room, and she clocks what everyone's looking at and looks down and sees the gem on Cassie's stomach, and just her mouth kind of like drops open. And she's like,
Hi, Megan. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
new information.
Surprise.
Is this good news? And she kind of like looks at everybody.
I mean,
I think
they don't have all the pieces.
Right, but what happens if they try to complete the spell without all the pieces?
Oh.
Well, you didn't lose your snake person after all, I guess, or didn't lose all of him. And Ren is just like puts their head in their hands again because they keep trying to like use humor to cope with how
Cassie-
very, very awkward they feel.
Cassie looks at them and like does the snake slither thing with her tongue.
June mimics her.
She.
She gets it. Okay. I think Megan kind of like okay. A lot of information. Do we have a plan yet?
Well, I'm pretty ticked off that they're using storms as their motif, and that's definitely ripping off from me. I think that the rainbow in the Bible was a promise to not flood the earth, and it is Pride Month. So I say we stop this storm and, maybe beat up some old people. Not you guys, though. PK, hit old cultists with a baseball bat, as I always say.
I mean, Cassie does have a point. We can still try and break in and kick some ass, and he kind of covers June's ear again. And is like, fuck, whatever, and he kind of like lets it go. And he's like, sweetheart, you know not to say these words. And she's like, and he's like, okay, we can fuck their shit up, and then we can.
And Cassie repeats, not Cassie. Well, yeah, maybe Cassie repeats after you, but June repeats after you. We gotta fuck some shit up.
No, June is definitely putting on the visage of like a perfect angel, just kind of like innocently listening, as if she's not going to use these later.
Yeah, she'll say them when they're not around.
Exactly. And the Teddy continues and he says, if we make it, once we're inside, if we make it known to the Elder Elapid that he doesn't have all the pieces, then he'll come.
Huh?
He'll come for Cassie. And so we split up into two teams. Or like, he'll come to us, maybe. Or he'll send his Goonies. Well, the problem is that he might send his Goonies. But essentially, we have something. Much more than just barging in and trying to take out the book. We have something that he wants. So we can try to use that to our advantage in some way.
Right, and that's why I thought that, maybe now's a good time to say something.
I mean, better
He's a-
late than never.
Cassie's a person, though. We can't use a person as bait.
Sure you can.
I mean, I'd like to avoid it, but... And Ren just kind of, like, tapers off.
But it's my plan. And, I mean, worst comes to worst, I've already died once.
Well, Ren brings up a good point. Like, obviously, we don't want to do this without your consent. And then, at the same time, I feel like this is also maybe a conversation you and he kind of looks over at Alex and Alex may need to have.
We have.
Oh,
Not quite about this specific situation, but we've talked about what her being what she is could mean. I don't plan on allowing her to actually be caught or hurt or killed or any of the above, but
Megan kind of like pauses and she kind of raises a hand real quick and she says, I'm not sure if it will help any, but remember how I mentioned that Clark and Bertie had left something behind for y'all? Well, we have it in the hangar out back. It's not a lot. We hope that it'll be useful. It's why they were in Memphis in the first place. But
Hanger?
well, it's kind of like a warehouse. It's just in the shape of a hangar. There's not a plane inside.
oh,
Yeah, I said we
you
don't
can't
have
get my hopes
we
up
don't
like
have
that.
planes. I'm sorry, Anne. I'm sorry. We don't have planes. And
Some of us are used to getting places fast, okay?
We gotta drive.
and she kind of like she holds up her hands and she says, but Clark and Bertie also went back into Memphis. That was the last report we got before radio silence, but they thought that maybe they had a better chance because they were supernatural. So there's a chance that if y'all get there, you could have allies.
all right. So let's go see what this thing that they brought. Sorry, we forgot. It was last session that you said that, and time passes within.
That was a full week ago.
Yeah, that was a while back. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, if you all want to come, you can. And Teddy kind of like pats June on the shoulder and he says, Junebug, why don't you go back to your mom, okay? And June kind of like clutches onto his shirt tightly and he kisses her on the top of the head again. He says, it's okay, I'll still be here. And she kind of like hesitantly like lets go hops off the bed onto the chair, hops off the chair onto the floor, and then just kind of like walks past all of you out into the hallway outside the med bay. And Teddy looks at the rest of you all and he says, I guess things are moving kind of fast. And he kind of like winces at his shoulder and he says, if I come with you, I don't have time to fix the arm and reattach it. So I will be handicapped. But I feel like I owe it to y'all to see this through with you. You all jumped onto Old Tex and we went to Halloween Town, and that's where we found the Book of the Evening. Goddamn Ned Hastings found it on eBay, and now the world's gonna fucking end. Or pretty damn close to it. And he looks up at Chuck and he says, I don't want to be left behind. And I don't want to be a sole survivor. So if you'll have me, I'll talk to the doc. Ask him to get me as patched up as he can. And I'll meet you wherever Megan takes you in half an hour.
As a doctor, Teddy, I can't condone it, but I also can't stop you.
Teddy just nods. All right. Well, then I guess y'all should get going. I'll see you soon. Do y'all leave the medbay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So you all make it out into the hallway, and you notice that June is now sitting next to Carol, who's been sitting on a bench outside the medbay for some time. Megan kind of corrals you all, and she says, we're just going to go across the parking lot over to the warehouse, and that's where we keep most of the useful, quote-unquote, vehicles. And that's where we were keeping it. And as you all begin to file away, Carol stands and she says, Chuck, Mr. Duval, can I have a word, please?
Good. Well, you've already taken like what? Chuck, Mr. Duval, can I have a word, please?
Alex
Like
hits you as
9
he walks
words.
past and says, just give the lady some respect and talk to her.
Okay.
He leaves them, but he's just gonna be like, stop.
Chuck puts his hands in his pockets. I don't know why I did this voice. And he looks at her and he's like, Eddie, and we say, yeah.
She stops and I heard what you told him in there, and I want to say thank you. Because I agree with you. I don't think he should be gone. I think he should be with us. But you know as well as I, my daddy does whatever he wants to do. Nobody really can tell him what to do. But, and she kind of like looks down and she says, he told me a little bit about your time working together. And I'm willing to trade you. But I want your promise that you'll keep him safe. And that he'll come home to us.
That's the one thing I didn't want you to say to me right now, so...
You kept him safe all that time that y'all worked together, and he came back. I know you can do it again.
I can't even keep myself safe anymore. I agree with you. I'd rather he stayed here. But he just keeps going and going. And I would really like him to stop, but he just keeps going. And it's crazy because all I want to do is stop. Because I know it's all pointless in the end, no matter if I save the world or not. It's still done for me.
Well,
long story. No, the context of that situation you don't understand.
That's okay.
Essentially, I'm going to die, but that's just, that's the whole thing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you,
No, don't say sorry. It's real. At this point, I've kind of been hyping up for what feels like a year right now.
And she kind of thinks for a moment and she says, well, if you feel like it won't mean anything, then know that if my daddy comes back to me, I'll know it was because of you. And that means something.
Yeah.
She reaches out and she reaches out to grab your hand to put something in it.
It's drugs.
What?
It's drugs.
It's drugs. Yeah, Chuck takes whatever it is.
Yeah, she takes your hand and
he's like, yeah, free stuff, give it to me.
She places a Polaroid in your hand. And as her hand pulls away, there's scrawled on there in faded pencil, it says April 88. And it's the majority of the picture is your hand, Chuck. But you can see in the spaces between the fingers, there's a smiling Teddy holding up what would be the camera, much younger, hair black, no gray on it whatsoever, and then a very beat up Chuck on a hospital bed with a patch on his side and kind of head gauze wrapped around the head, just kind of like you trying to stop Teddy from taking this photo. You remember that moment. It the photograph sparks that memory, and this is probably the only actual photo of you that you either don't have hidden away somewhere, or that you haven't destroyed. But Carol leaves it in your hand and she says, my daddy gave that to me when he came back, and he told me that's the man who kept him alive. And so I'm asking you, Mr. Duval, Chuck, please, keep my daddy alive.
I promise.
Thank you. And she gives you a hug.
What?
It's a very brief one.
Chuck weirdly like pats her on the back, like, okay, weird.
She smells a little like cinnamon. And
Chuck smells like Big ZD.
and she pulls away and just kind of like grips your hand one more time with the Polaroid and begins to walk back to where June was.
Chuck puts the Polaroid in his wallet of many IDs. Good times. Actually, no. Okay. I think Chuck. He puts the Polaroid in his pocket, and then he goes and puts his wallet in his duffel bag full of money and other accoutrements. And I don't know if I'm using that word right. And then he leaves the duffel bag where he wants to leave the duffel bag, where he knows it will be safe and where it shall be used appropriately when he comes back for it. And then he gets on going.
Okay. Yeah. Normally this is where we would kind of like stop, but again, we're pushing it a little bit longer because we got to cram a lot more within 3 sessions. So you all follow Megan past the back parking lot, which is very sparse with cars. You see like maybe like max 5 in the parking lot, and they all have dust on them. It seems like they haven't been moved in a while. But in the very back of the parking lot, there is a large kind of like steel warehouse that is kind of slightly shaped like a hangar. It has 2 large doors that are currently propped open. As the group turns the corner, you see that inside there's several vans that look similar to the type that Anne was given, along with some trucks, a couple kind of like they're painted like police vehicles, but they don't have the lights or anything of that nature. And within a almost quarantine-like plastic space, you all see the remains of old Tex sitting within the hangar. And Megan kind of gestures and she says, "It took us a while to get all of it out. It's not completely radioactive anymore. We would still suggest not being in there for a long amount of time. Maybe like let's keep visits to like 5 minutes and then sterilize after, but it's not deadly like it was in the beginning."
Right, that's why we can only be in it. Okay.
Well, I mean, like, you're not going to start coughing up blood or anything of that nature, but, like, we haven't tried to test it longer than 5 minutes. It's why Birdie and Clark were the ones who moved it, because it wasn't really going to hit them as hard.
What? So, is this like a sentimental thing?
Well, we didn't know if there was anything in there that y'all were going to need.
I mean, we've got probably the scans of the Book of the Evening, which could be useful.
I mean, those were on Teddy's arm.
Yeah, but where did we determine Teddy's arm went anyway? I don't know.
Chuck's been wearing it like a necklace, a little scarf. It's wrapped around his neck like a
that
scarf.
Bling.
No doubt.
No, it's still in the med bay.
I mean, I think Anne's identical shirts, the clean ones, they're in there somewhere.
Oh, thank God. My hundreds of different versions of this same outfit. I need to get them. I'm sure the plutonium is not poisoned or seeped into the fabric.
First, I'm going to address something that's in the chat that Dustin has brought up about me saying that Alex isn't radioactive, and it's only from the standpoint that on many occasions you have described Alex as a half vampire. Ergo, there's a half that is human that is susceptible to radiation.
Okay. Whatever you say. We'll just ignore what immortal does then. And no, I don't actually care.
I'm trying to think what else, because we know the feather's gone, right? Like they took the feather, correct?
You do not know that.
Do not.
We don't know that. Okay, I
It was
guess I'll
just lost.
check. I guess Chuck will look around in the tray, and he doesn't care about radiation. He thinks it's made up.
That is definitely.
It's a hoax.
Oh my god.
Police
Even
are
though
trying to make
even
me
though
leave.
you physically felt it and took damage
Yes.
from it.
It
like,
was just a
several
bad
months-
day.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll say, just go ahead and roll me, like a plus sharp.
Okay, let's do this. Good thing my plus sharp is. What is my plus sharp? 2.
The sharpest person on the team.
That's sad.
Unless
Bunch of
Okay,
himbos.
I rolled a
Like,
3 and a 1, plus my 2 sharp is a 6. So
can Alex help?
Can we
By
say I'm in
literally-
my car?
Can Alex help? By help, I mean literally help, as in he was going to be the one to go into the thing anyway because he's the least susceptible as far as he knows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead and roll me help out.
All right. That is a 5 plus 6, which is 11, plus 3 because I increased my cool. So Chuck, you actually got a 12
Perfect.
because I have advanced.
And this isn't anything
help out.
specific. This is just sharp.
Yeah, that's correct. Just sharp. So, yeah, the two of you together comb through the wreckage, and it feels so weird to be back in the cars. Alex, you pass through your old medical car, and you see that the beds are kind of like upturned. A lot of like the fabric has kind of like curled from the radiation, and it looks just kind of like, it looks blasted, you know, like a kind of like similarly to pictures of like Chernobyl, of like just like the inside just looks completely damaged and desolate of life. You all pass through the first car where everyone had their spaces to sleep and living spaces, and the wiring's all destroyed and like poking out in places. Some walls are kind of like complete, like somewhat like it's almost like as if the metal like it was like dipping in and of itself. It just looks rough. It looks rougher than the last time you saw it. You comb through the wreckage, and finally, once you had gone through, you did your best to stay away from Teddy's workshop because you remember that's where the radiation was the strongest. And sure enough, y'all find wedged between two like metal slats that had nearly been fused together, the feather of truth kind of like lodged there, and it takes y'all a moment to pull it out. But now you have it sitting within your hands.
Isn't it like really heavy to me? Wasn't that the whole thing, Dustin?
It weighed you by your guilt, by your personal guilt.
Chuck cannot lift the feather.
It's not that
Alex,
like when you touch the feather, that's when the guilt hits you like more so than ever before, because the idea is that the feather itself is weighed against your soul, right? And so the feather is it's a static weight. It's supposed to be the representation of like ma'at, or order, and so it's like it just judges your soul against pure goodness, essentially. But and so when you touch the feather, either of you feel that same wave of guilt just like wash over, to the point to where like Chuck, for sure, like you feel it is difficult for you to just move just from the weight of your own guilt. You want to like curl up while holding the feather and just like waste away to the world. But Alex, you take the feather, and some of the guilt that you felt over Cassie's death has slowly kind of like eroded away. It probably, a shadow of it is probably still there, but it's definitely not as strong as it was back
He
then.
still killed his sister.
Yeah.
Like, I do want to point that out. She just got better.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I got better. So yeah, y'all take the feather out and present it to everyone. It looks pretty much the same as it did way back in January or February when you last saw it.
How is this useful? Did we need this? I don't.
I mean, anything can help.
Like, are we just gonna throw it on the Elapid and then he's gonna get very depressed? Is that how we fix our problems? By giving our enemies depression?
I have found it to be very effective in my own life of stopping most things.
Oh gosh, okay.
And Ren does the thing again where they're like, God, shouldn't have said that.
Ooh, wow, okay. So is that all we need from the train? Anyone else can think of anything else?
Oh, I will say, because it doesn't particularly matter,
Thanks.
while y'all were investigating the train, you also found the remains of a small robotic bird.
No!
Wow.
Dad?
I was
Matter to
terrified you were gonna
me.
say it.
See, that's crazy because it was alive when I found Teddy and I just left it here. So that would guess it just does it eat? Does it need food?
It seems like
It needs love.
the radioactivity ate it away.
No, it needs love. No one gave it love, so it died. I made him. I will take him out. Fine, there we
Love is
go.
a type of, but love is a type of radiation. So
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I died from loneliness.
I was terrified that he was about to say we found Teddy's arm, and I was gonna be like, ah, gross.
High five.
Does anybody want this very radioactive bone?
Hey, anyone
That
left
is
an
that
Ola?
is really epic though. That is kind of cool. Imagine.
Fucking nasty. Alright. Apologies for the language
um,
this time, but not any of the other.
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
But
Okay, cool. So we got the feather. Now, what else do we do?
how Megan kind of pipes up and she says, "How are you gonna get to the storm?"
I don't know. You don't have a plane, which is a little disappointing.
I've got my van.
If we want to drive 8 hours,
I mean, I can't get us there any faster.
only one of us can fly, and I don't think I'm pretty sure they probably have a weight capacity.
I mean, I work out, but Alex has been putting on the weight lately, and
Yeah.
boy,
Okay.
It's at this point that you all see that Carol and June have kind of come out to where you all are. Carol's kind of like holding
Whoa.
June in one of her arms,
okay, good.
and Yeah, they haven't gone close to the radiation, if that's what you're
Yeah.
worried about.
Alex was prepared. Alex was like,
No, they're standing like outside pretty close to the edge of the hangar. The remains of old techs are kept within like I don't know, 100 square foot kind of like container within the hangar itself. It takes up a good amount of space, but it's not all the hangar. And they kind of come out and they said, Carol just kind of like holds June, and you all see that June is much. She's very somber as opposed to what she was like before. And Carol just says, my dad will be here soon. And she looks around and she's like, are y'all picking out of a car or?
I mean, right now our only option is to drive. Unless you've got a suggestion.
You're all gonna go to Memphis? That's a pretty long drive.
I used to be able to get places fast, and now I have to do things the boring, normal way. And even if we had a plane, I think flying into a storm like that is just... I don't think we could pay a pilot enough to do that.
If only we had a train.
Chuck, as soon as you say train, Carol like looks past all of you and clocks the ruins of old Tex. And you all see she kind of gasps a little bit and she looks heartbroken. And she's like, I didn't know it was left that rough. I'm sorry. I kind of helped my parents build that train when I was older. But it was... I never thought I'd see it like that. And she just kind of like, still with the paternal instincts, like slightly rocking June with her head on her shoulder. And you hear Carol say, did they do that to old Tex? To my dad? The people that you're gonna go fight?
Yes.
And Carol just kind of like nods and begins to walk away. She walks past the warehouse, and y'all don't really see where she goes. But is there anything that y'all want to do before Teddy shows up?
I feel like we should just hide the train from him.
So
He's gonna die of a heart attack.
He's like, I feel like we should just be like, oh, Birdie and Clark brought back the feather.
Hugs.
Taco Bell.
But I don't know if we have... I don't have the time for Teddy to grieve over his train again.
okay, so I guess
Again.
I'll
For the
get my
10th.
car. So I'll get my car and we'll just start driving. We should probably leave now.
Yeah, and I'll grab my vehicle and make sure it's like... Oh, no, what I want to do is I want to try to get extra guns and stuff.
Okay, so that's your... So,
That's what I would like to do. Like, I'm gonna...
all right, we'll go ahead and say... everybody has access to the armory. Does anybody want to swap out weapons now?
Are we swap? I want to have extra. I don't want to swap. I want to try to deal with the agency to obtain help or gear in the form of gear.
Okay, go ahead and roll deal with the agency.
Don't know what I want yet. We'll see how I roll. I shouldn't get my own hopes up. what do I add to that? Plus sharp? Oh, you mother. That is an 8 plus 1, because I only have 1 sharp, is 9.
Okay.
On a 7 to 9, things aren't so great. You might get chewed out by your superiors, and there will be fallout, but you get what you need for the job. So, yeah, I think that Anne is just gonna tell everybody that she's gonna go try to get into the armory.
Sure.
And I think that she's going to try her badge against the door of it.
Does not work.
Cool. I'm gonna go find Dr. 100 Flames and ask him if he can let me in again.
As you turn the corner, you bump into someone, and immediately you feel the hot, scalding liquid of coffee hit you, and you look up and
my
you
perfectly white shirt.
see a kind of like a man in his like maybe early 40s with like deep frown lines, seemingly well built. You can tell that this person has probably spent a lot of time on their upper body and not a lot on their lower body, and
Can't do that, man. Can't skip leg day.
like an extremely chiseled jaw. The man looks down at you, and you see that on their lapel there's a little kind of like name tag that says admin requests, something along those lines. And you know that this is the same department as Marcus, and that you didn't get to meet Marcus or anyone else from that department, but you see that his name tag says Klaus. And Klaus looks down at you, and he's just like, ah! What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
I'm sorry.
You better be. You know how much this shirt cost? Oh.
Tell me how much it costs. I'll buy you a new one.
You couldn't even afford it. God.
What the do you think you are?
What? Okay, newbie. I'm Klaus, and if you... let's hope I never have to...
Hey, Klaus. Not to pull any fucking cards here, myself and my friends are trying to stop that goddamn apocalypse that's happening outside. If we stop the fucking apocalypse,
wow.
I'll buy
Does that mean
a
you
new...
want like a medal or something? Congrats.
No, it means
you're
I
going
want
on a
some
suicide mission.
I kind of want.
Oh, would you rather I didn't? Can you just let me into the fucking armory so I can get a couple of guns and shit so that you can wear your stupid overpriced shirts?
Only if it means that you're
Klaus.
gonna die. And Klaus kind of like whips out his card and like walks over and beeps you into the armory. And the hope is that if you ever fail any roles for a deal with the agency, you know who you're gonna get on the helpline.
Dude, I'm gonna... That's... Klaus might die mysteriously in his sleep. We'll see.
And the two of you do the equivalent of that one video where the two guys are like flipping each other off across the street as you go into the armory and he goes to his offices. And
as he walks past, I say, "My legs are bigger than yours."
He said, he says, "Fuck you," and that's it. I don't. Yeah. So, and you have access to the armory. You've probably burned some bridges in Lyft. Moving
Day one
forward.
on the job, baby. Let's do it.
So
I guess it's day like 5.
So yes, if you want to grab like a duffel bag and put any extra
Turkey legs, baby.
any extra weapons, you can.
Yeah, all that. I don't even know what I wanted. I think that what I'm really going for is just a good chunk of explosives. Like, I don't know how big a grenade launcher is, but I don't know, like, does 2 of them seem reasonable? along with, like enough ammo to fill those guns, launchers. And then I think just like a series of other guns and potentially like, I know that there weren't many like non-guns here, but if there are any like big knives, just yeah.
Yes, to all.
Cool. And I guess Anne would have asked before leaving. And I know that there's like an armory in the back of the van anyway. But does anybody have any requests for Anne to go to this armory? Anybody? A third grenade launcher? A fourth grenade launcher? A grenade launcher for each of Cassie's arms? Two grenade launchers? Just for Cassie?
Can I get a shotgun?
Yeah, you can.
Cool.
All right, Masha, will you list out everything that you're taking from the armory?
Sure.
Shotgun.
I don't know anything about guns.
Grenade launcher.
Let's say it's a shotgun, and with the assumption that like Anne is smart enough to grab ammo for everything.
Yeah, no, you're
like an empty shotgun.
It's all good. Yeah.
Wait, they take bullets?
Let's say 2 grenade launchers.
Okay.
And on top of that, just like, I don't know, a pile of grenades. How many?
This
game is hard.
You will get 5 grenades.
Sure.
At least 3.
I don't know, how much more room do I have in this duffel bag? I'll take a couple of like revolvers, cause they're small, right?
Why do you need a couple?
I don't.
Depends on the revolver.
Well, because when you're in action movies, when
you're not gonna waste time reloading. You're gonna throw the gun aside, pull out another gun.
Right.
Just throw the gun at him.
We'll say 3 revolvers.
Reaper from Overwatch.
Are there any big knives?
And a flamethrower.
I mean, Anne already has a big knife.
And then,
are there more? Big
and Soul, can I have a nuclear bomb just cause?
3 more big knives. You missed your chance of having a nuclear bomb because you did not take you gave up office the radioactive material.
Dang.
Well, sorry. I don't know. That seems fair. We're probably not going to end up using any of these, but I just want Anne to have a grenade launcher.
Okay, fair enough.
I just want Anne to use the grenade launcher once. That's all I want.
Yeah. So you all.
I want her to say "Hasta la vista, baby" or something, and just.
Yeah, you can shoot a gas barrel in the water and blow up an old ship.
Is anybody else grabbing anything?
No, I just want the shotgun.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to give Chuck that shot.
The vehicles are corralled. The weapons are, acquired. That's the word. And you all meet back up at the hangar. And there you find Teddy sitting in front of the old Tech's bubble, essentially. He hasn't entered inside. He's just kind of sitting in front of it. And you all realize he's wearing his old outfit again. Somewhat updated because he doesn't have the long coat anymore. It's kind of like an old Carhartt work jacket, but he's got his gray cowboy hat, his slacks, his vest, and the jacket. You do notice that one of the sleeves is completely flat on the jacket. There was no time to fix the arm and attach it, so he's just a righty. He gets up and sees the rest of y'all, and you all see him kind of like wipe away some tears and just kind of like nod, and he says, "All right then. So what's the plan?" We're not driving, are we?
That was kind of the plan. This place literally does not have a plane. Like, think of that, really.
Oh, I thought you all talked to Carol.
What?
Carol have a plane?
She told me that you all could use the safe house.
The safe house. What do you
Is
mean?
the safe
And you
house
see
a
him-
plane?
You see him hold up like a set of keys almost, and he presses a button,
I'm
and
so
then
tired
you
of
all
this
hear.
Oh no! Is it? Oh no!
Another
And
train.
since this
It's
area
another train.
was built
It's
in an
another train.
industrial area,
It's
this
another
track,
train.
this rail
You
track
can't-
right
no,
next
I don't
to,
wanna-
right next to the hangar, you
No,
watch
it's-
a much smaller, one-car train come
One
out,
singular car.
and you
I
hear
can't even express to you how fucking upset.
filigreed on the sides is.
Does it say safe house?
It says the heart of Texas. And from the engine cabin, you see Carol wave, and June kind of like pumps both fists, and she says, "Time to function up!" And that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Nice.
No.
I can't believe the
Perfect.
swamp cooler. The swamp cooler. I don't know where that came from. I can't believe the safe house is a train. Swamp
The
cooler?
swamp cooler.
Did you just autocorrect in real life? Like, that's the only way I could think that would make any sense.
I'm done. Bye. I'm sorry.
So anyway, guys,
So-
that was the season finale. We'll see you all next year.
So y'all,
Oh
we
my
should
God.
probably go ahead and do end of session questions.
Sure, it really will affect me.
Did we conclude the current mystery?
Yes.
No.
The answer-
I was
I'm
like,
surprised.
yeah, that sounds right.
Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Agreed.
No, we got
We
points.
Anne
got
Anne
points
saved
for it.
Klaus's life by not just decking him on the spot.
Did we learn?
Just imagine if that counted. Like, we actively did not murder someone today, therefore we saved their life.
Did we learn something new and important about the world?
We learned that he was taking
We learned
weather.
about the storms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And then did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
about,
yeah.
yeah, Ren.
Ren exists.
Yes.
Ren's here now. Also, Cassie's a part of Apophis, which we as players knew, but we as characters did not.
True.
Yes. And so, with that, you have 2 yeses, which means you all get to mark 1 experience.
Ooh.
One experience.
No levels.
1 experience.
Dang.
Okay.
Fun.
Thank you everyone for sticking it through with us. Again, sorry it's going to go a little bit longer, but we will definitely see you for next week, next Tuesday, for part 3, the final part of this mystery finale season.
I can't wait to see June single-handedly destroy the Elder Elapid. I don't know how she's gonna
Listen.
do it, but
Oh
I-
yes, because we had that conspiracy theory that June was actually Ra.
did we?
Yeah, during Destin's mystery, we were like,
Can
Oh.
I ask a favor of the audience, for both those who are artistically talented and those who are not? Can I please get fan art of that last image of June, please, with her hands lifted up and saying, "Yeah,
Bubblegum pink
Yeah,
hair,
please.
just like in the wind.
please, I need it in my life."
June is the MVP of the season.
Well, yeah. Once again, thank you everybody for sharing this story with us, and thank you to my amazing players for being amazing and doing amazing things.
I'm pretty great.
Yes, you are, Chris. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But yeah, we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Please take care of yourselves. Unclench your
night.
jaws. Stretch. Take a nap. Drink some water. All this stuff.
Unclench your jaw.
Yep. I'm going to end this pretty soon.
This has been Turntables RPG.
But good night. We love you. We appreciate you. See you next Tuesday.
Good night.